Good evening and welcome, everybody. We will be starting in about 2 minutes or so. Thanks.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, December 7, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Middleton.
Here.
Miss Allard. Here. Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Miss Kennedy.
Here.
Miss LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Miss Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Miss Quinn-Davidson.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Burke, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, would you read the Land Acknowledgement, please?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the land that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For more than 1,000 years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Next, we have minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of July 27, 2021, and the regular meeting of August 10, 2021?
So moved. Second.
Asking for unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to the motion to approve the minutes from previous meetings? Seeing none, the minutes from the meeting of July 27, 2021 and August 10, 2021 are approved. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get into remarks, I want to announce that we've selected Deputy Chief of Police Michael Curl to be the new Anchorage Police Chief effective February 2nd, 2022. Chief Curl has been with the department for 25 years, and I'm confident in his ability to lead the Anchorage Police Department. Tonight, the Assembly is advancing policies that will shape the future of our city. I believe in an Anchorage that is economically vibrant and affordable and provides opportunities for our citizens to succeed and to thrive. Overspending on government will not accomplish that. Busting the tax cap and violating the public's trust will not do that. Digging us further into a financial hole will not do that. Raising taxes to make up for reckless mismanagement of the public's resources will certainly not accomplish that. I urge the Assembly to act with responsibility, prudence, and fiscal discipline tonight. The money we spend is not our own, but that of the hardworking Anchorage taxpayer. My proposed budget follows the law and stays under the tax cap. Given the economic climate we face, my proposed budget is responsible and sustainable. It provides real and measurable savings. The Assembly has an opportunity to demonstrate fiscal responsibility and the willingness to work with me as we enter a new year. I look forward to that prospect. Concerning the election changes proposed, tonight the Assembly is proposing significant alterations to how our local elections are conducted. Trust in the process of our elections is vital to the success of our Republican form of government. These changes significantly reduce the transparency of the election process. When changes are made to elections, the public must be intimately involved and changes must be truly warranted. A close examination of these proposed changes shows that the public and candidates' ability to observe the election process will be significantly restricted. I encourage the Assembly to reconsider these changes. We must advance transparency in our electoral system, not reduce it. Concerning the Health Department, it is important to get some facts on the record with regards to our response to COVID and ongoing efforts to safeguard the health of our citizens. Last week, the Anchorage Health Department added a new physician to their staff. This addition will increase our community health coverage from last year's coverage of 22 hours a week of coverage to 60 hours a week of physician coverage. The Anchorage Health Department now has a doctor on duty 7 days a week. We're also working with Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center to restart on-site care at the Sullivan Arena. Medical doctors will be on-site multiple days per week to provide care. The Anchorage Health Department secured 25,000 at-home test kits that will be available free of charge to residents. Likewise, after spending over $30 million on testing during the last year, the Muni has shifted to a private sector model for testing. With testing widely available throughout the community, the Muni will no longer be in the testing business. This does not represent a decrease in available testing, but instead will save taxpayers money. The private sector has the capacity and ability to run these testing sites, and in fact, will be adding an additional site in the Muni for testing. Assertions that testing has gone away or is decreasing are false. We will continue doing everything in our power to ensure the citizens of Anchorage are able to live safe, healthy, and free lives. On a final note concerning our port, next week I'm hosting my first legislative luncheon as mayor to present the critical infrastructure needs of the Port of Alaska to our local elected representatives and senators. We're moving forward with securing funding to repair the port, as this critical piece of infrastructure serves 90% of Alaska's population. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight, especially on this snowy evening. Congratulations to D.C. Curl and his appointment to the position of APD Chief. And I just wanted to note for folks who are here that there aren't any budget items on the agenda tonight. There is the 6-year fiscal program 13B, but no budget items. Today is National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. It's been 80 years since 2,403 service members and civilians lost their lives during the attack on Pearl Harbor. We honor those who perished on that day and all those who fought in World War II with gratefulness for their sacrifice in serving our country in order to preserve democracy and achieve peace. It's a fitting tribute that on this day we happen to have the first public hearing for the annual proposed revisions to the Elections Code. Fair, open, accessible, transparent elections are critical to democracy. Each year, the Municipal Clerk's Office elections team conducts a review of Title 28, the Elections Code. The team proposes changes which are then analyzed with the Anchorage Election Commission, the Assembly Ethics and Elections Committee, and Assembly Counsel. I'm going to take some time to go over the process. The purpose of the review of the Elections Code is to streamline the administration of municipal elections and improve efficiency and voter accessibility. The Assembly Ethics and Elections Committee discussed the proposed changes in 3 meetings that occurred on September 22nd, September 29, and October 13. These are public meetings. The Anchorage Election Commission met in a public meeting to discuss the proposed changes on September 30 and adopted a resolution recommending a few additional changes and the adoption of the proposed changes. The ordinance was introduced on the meeting of October 27, and the full assembly held a work session on the ordinance on December 3rd. 2 public hearings have been scheduled for the public to provide testimony to the assembly on the ordinance. The first is tonight, and the second one will be at our next regular meeting on December 21st. A couple points on the proposed changes. Regarding the observer program, the ordinance does not change the number of observers allowed or the times when observers are authorized to observe election activities. Nor does the proposed ordinance change the requirement for observer training, the reasons why an observer may be asked to leave an election location, or the MOA election team's commitment to ensuring that observers understand the election process and showing them all aspects of that process. A substitute version of the ordinance, thank you, Mr. Weddleton, for your work on this, containing additional changes and clarifications based on feedback received so far, is being developed. A draft of the substitute version is available here tonight. The finalized substitute version will be introduced on the addendum for the meeting of December 21st. And again, please note that there is a second public hearing on December 21st, and there are opportunities for members of the public to tour the election center. I also would like to encourage members of the body and members of the public to send questions. If you're a member of the public, you can send them to anyone on the assembly, of course, and we can get them to Ms. McConnell or other staff in the clerk's office. And Ms. McConnell has been working with members on amendments and, again, the substitute version as well. I want to call attention to the calendar. Tomorrow will be the second biannual joint meeting between the Assembly and the native village of Eklutna. It will be from 3 to 5 p.m. at the Alaska Native Heritage Center in the Athabaskan Ceremonial House. The agenda is posted online on the Municipal Meetings page. The work session on the Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board nominees has been rescheduled to Thursday, December 9 at 11 a.m. via Teams. Also on Thursday is the Rules Committee meeting at 1 p.m. on Teams. Friday at 9 a.m. is the Joint School Board Assembly quarterly meeting at the ASD Education Center. This time is earlier than usual to accommodate the ASD Legislative Priorities Luncheon at noon. Also on Friday, there is a work session on AO 2021-117. This will be at 2 p.m. via Teams. This AO was introduced at our last regular meeting. It's sponsored by Mr. Constant, Mr. Presberdia, and me. It seeks to codify practices and clarify differences with Robert's rules to make meetings more efficient. It's with tremendous relief that I note that the COVID-19 numbers have been steadily declining in our community. EO 2021-3 is either at or approaching expiration, and action tonight may rescind it. Per those changes, I have amended the Assembly COVID-19 mitigation plan for the chambers to follow the CDC guidance. A written update of the plan is forthcoming. It is requested that persons in the chambers wear a mask or plastic face shield, as we are still in a situation of high alert. Capacity in the chambers is still limited, including media. While the Omicron variant remains a threat, the availability of pediatric vaccinations and booster shots increasingly strengthens our community's resiliency. We are here, let me remind folks, to do the municipality's business, and we have a full agenda tonight. So I ask that folks stay focused so that we can get through as much of our business as possible. And I'll just quickly review the rules. I ask everyone here, please help create a climate of respect. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Refrain from personal attacks. Direct comments to me or other people on the dais while you're testifying. Please remain quiet while others are speaking. Wait for your turn at the podium to speak. Refrain from shouting, clapping, pacing, and personal attacks. Noise also interferes with the audio and makes it harder for people to hear what other people are saying. And please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, community council, or area of the muni in which you live. Please stay on topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments or specific areas of the legislation. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as when we get to public testimony, that is for public testimony. Thank you all again for being here tonight. We will move on to committee reports, and we will start with Mr. Weddleton.
The Community and Economic Development Committee met last Thursday. First meeting with Member Allard as the co-chair. Welcome. We looked at a marijuana license that we will address later in the meeting, and also we had a pretty good conversation about the proposed change in THC content of marijuana products that would align us with state law. And thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 items to report. First, there will be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee this Thursday, December 9th at 3:10 p.m. via Teams. We'll be reviewing the 2022 audit plan as well as internal audit report 2021-08 regarding monitoring of overtime. Second, next week there will be a meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee on Wednesday, December 15th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. via Teams. We'll be discussing the new Housing and Homelessness Division at AHD, policy changes happening at Mass Care, winter abatement, and a couple of items related to FEMA and Mass Care. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would just report that this Thursday, December 9th at 9:30, the Reapportionment Committee will be meeting. It will be a virtual meeting, and Member Quinn Davidson will be chairing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will meet on, just one second, I apologize, Thursday, and we will be taking up the peer review report regarding the port. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee will be Thursday, December 16th from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. on Microsoft Teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick review. On December 1st, we had both a Public Safety and Health Policy Committee meeting. At Public Safety, we had our regular updates from APD, AFD, and the Law Department, as well as a presentation by the Downtown Public Safety and Behavioral Health by talking about some of the issues that exist around there and some requests to the Assembly. In the Health Policy meeting, we had a fantastic presentation from the Alaska Mental Health Trust on Crisis Now with an update on currently where they're at. As well as updates from the Health Department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Before we get to the addendum, we'll address the laid on the table items. There are 5 laid on the table items. 3 will require 8 votes to lay them on the table, and others, 1 is for introduction and the other is supplemental. So we'll start with the first 3 that will need votes in order to be laid on the table, and those will be items 10 Delta 15, 10 Thank you, Madam Clerk. The clerk has reminded me that actually we will not assign them numbers until they are voted upon. So the first item is unnumbered Assembly Memorandum, application for transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary liquor license, number 1666, for Serrano's LLC, DBA Serrano's Mexican Grill, no premises. If this one is laid on the table, it will become item 10D15. The next is Assembly Memorandum, or actually, so we'll go ahead, and since there are only three, we're just going to vote on them as we go. So seeking unanimous consent. Okay, sorry, everybody. So I've read the first one into the record. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This is an item submitted from the Municipal Clerk's Office for a liquor license. Is there any opposition to laying this item on the table?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Rivera?
Sorry.
Thank you, and we might be asking for the same thing. I'm just wondering if for all of these that we get a vote on, if we can just go through the process of providing the justification like we would normally do, please. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I jumped ahead there. I guess I just assumed everybody would vote in favor of introducing a liquor license, so forgive me. Mr. Weddleton, I understand you have the justification for this one?
Yeah, item 10D10 had some errors in it, and this essentially corrects that. So
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So this item would be a replacement for 10D10. So a motion to lay this item on the table is on the floor. It has been seconded. It has been spoken to. Is there any opposition?
Ms. LaFrance, or Madam Chair, this is Austin Quinn-Davidson. Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you. I have no issue with this item, or probably any of the others, but I think what Mr. Rivera was probably referencing is that items are only supposed to be laid on the table if they are essentially urgent. I don't remember what the word from the code is, but we're not supposed to just lay things on the table as a general practice unless we really need them to be added this evening. So if Mr. Weddleton could just describe the justification, and for any of the other items, I've noticed that we've been getting a lot of laid on the table items, and really we need to make sure we're adhering to that code standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I appreciate that reminder and recap of the reason for the laid on the table process. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to the timeliness of it?
Sure. We have to meet deadlines for AMCO to either protest or waive a protest, and this is critical. Generally, we get these just before the AMCO meeting, so we need to do this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and to put a finer point on what Mr. Weddleton just said, this item was introduced into the regular agenda, but there were mistakes that were manifest that needed to be corrected, significant enough that an alternative version needed to be presented. And if you read the AM, it says the last date of protest is December 10, 2021. And so that's essentially in just a couple of days. And if we don't pass this now, we waive our right to protest completely. And that's the timeliness factor.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, any follow-up?
No, Mr. Weddleton's point and the December 10th date, perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. This will be item 10, Delta 15. The next item is Assembly Memorandum Unnumbered, Grant to Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, AHFC, for the purpose of providing emergency rental and utility assistance programs in the amount of $9,694,157.40. Finance Department. Is there a motion?
Move to lay the item on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Rivera. This item is from the Finance Department. Is there someone from the administration who can explain why this needs to be laid on the table this meeting tonight?
Travis Friss, the CFO, through the chair. Yes, this money was appropriated back in August 27th of this year. We've had some difficulty with the wire being approved and forwarding on to AHFC, and what we've determined is that we needed an AM in order to identify Alaska Housing Finance Corporation as the recipient. When we look backwards to the previous money that was sent over, $31.5 million earlier this year, we were not aware that Title VII had been waived, and we are just trying to make it correct and get the money out immediately, as AHFC has said they would like to get this money into the appropriate hands as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely support this program, and of course the Assembly and prior administrations funded it and believe in it. I will note that we received the information about this, including 2 different documents at 4:40 p.m. this afternoon. I was not aware of it until just now, and I'm trying to skim it. So I understand the urgency. I will support it, but I guess I would just say that I'm not planning to support in the future a lot of laid on the table items that we receive, a few minutes before a meeting. I just cannot, it's not fair to the public because I can't review it and read it before voting on it. So I just want to make that note. And that goes for whether it's from the administration or from the Assembly or whichever department is submitting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this unnumbered AM on the table.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
This motion passes 11-0. This will be item 10, Delta 16. The next item is unnumbered Assembly Memorandum Supplementary Grant to Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, AHFC, for the purpose of providing housing stability services in the amount of $3,393,186. It is from the Finance Department. Is there a motion?
Move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there someone from the administration, Mr. Frisk, to provide the justification?
Again, Travis Friss, CFO for the municipality. Through the chair, this is also similar to the previous one. We are in the process of executing a contract, and as soon as that contract is executed, we can move the money as long as this AM is approved tonight. We're trying to get this $3.3 million over to AHFC for housing stability, which is what the original holdback was on from the $35 million that was approved in January of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Do members have any questions? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. This will be item 10 Delta 17. The next two items I will read into the record. The first is 10G1 for introduction. It does not require a vote. Ordinance unnumbered AO 2021-XXX, an ordinance authorizing a ground lease between the Anchorage Community Development Authority, Lesser and 6th Avenue Center, LLC, tenant at Lock 1B, Block 68, original town site, parcel number 002-114-45-000, generally located on 6th Avenue between G and H Streets, Anchorage Community Development Authority. Public hearing for this item will be set for December 21st. Next is supplemental 14E1, Information Memorandum Number AIM 224-2021, Ordinance Number AO 2021-116, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating an amount of $6 million as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Project SIP Fund 401800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended, and now reappropriated for expenditures to implement the mass care exit strategy adopted in AR 2021-350. Assemblymember Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton?
You're asking about the item that was laid on the table and we attached to 14E. Do I have to justify it? Does it go to a vote to lay on the table?
No, it's supplemental.
Yeah.
I saw you in the queue. Maybe that was that
I'm
from
sorry.
earlier?
I thought, okay, yeah, I forgot I was in the queue for that. I was actually on the prior one. I just wanted to know if, I think a work session on this one would be worthwhile. I think the particular item, not so much, but this is a really big project that's been in the wings for a while. It'd be nice to get an update on where we are with it. It's kind of good news for the city. I want to learn more.
So this is item 10G1?
Correct. The one that we just laid on the table with the ground lease with
Okay.
6th Avenue Center LLC.
Yeah, I'm thinking then we should change the public hearing to January. I'll check with the administration. Ms. Domboski is grimacing.
I am grimacing, sorry, I'm a terrible poker player. I've been told by ACDA this is time sensitive, so pursuant to a development agreement to make it through the assembly in 2021, otherwise that development may not go forward.
I don't want to delay it, I just sometime between now and
Okay.
then.
Even afterwards, in January, we can have a work session if we can't. We may have some time next week, and we'll try
we're
to get
too
that on the
busy.
calendar.
Actually, I think that would be fine, yeah, sometime, thanks.
And just a heads up to members, we may be able to do it on December 16th or December 17th, if that works for the administration too. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items? We have one more supplemental laid on the table item. AO number 2021-116S. an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly reappropriating an amount of $6 million as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Project SIP Fund 401800 previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended and now reappropriated for expenditures to implement the mass care exit strategy adopted in AR 2021-350, and this is 14E. It does not require a vote as it is an S version supplemental or replacement.
So now, the motion move to incorporate. So I move to incorporate the addendum as printed and laid on the table items.
Second.
Moved and seconded, asking unanimous consent. Mr. Weddleton, are you back in the queue? No, okay. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items have been incorporated into tonight's agenda. That brings us to appearance requests and initial audience participation. I believe we have one appearance request. Welcome. Oh, the mic isn't on.
Yellow button. There you go.
And if you could start by saying your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Tony Zellers. I'm the Senior Director of Power Supply for Matanuska Electric. And tonight I'm here representing Matanuska Electric. So I want to thank Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, the Mayor, staff. MEA's Board of Directors this year approved a $2.3 million capital credit retirement split amongst members, 50% to members of 1987 and 1988. The other 50% was being paid out to the membership, all members post 1988. As a member owner of your electric co-op, you earn capital credits with your electric usage. The financial health of our co-op is good, so the board of directors can choose to give back some of the revenue that we've received this year in the form of capital credits, and that's what's going on. This is the municipality's Anchorage portion of that payout, and we want to thank you for being a member, and we greatly value our partnership. So the check tonight is for $55,313.18. So, and with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll present it to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Zellers. Okay, next we have initial audience participation. As we've stated before, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those folks who can't stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues or work schedule. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on that item. If you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. Please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please refrain from personal attacks. And welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jeff Fensky. This is still not high enough. See, as you can see, I took my shoes off. They weren't very high heels to begin with. And it's a minimum thing that you could do is to let 6'2.5" people speak without having to take their shoes off. There's a lot taller people up here that this will block. But at least we can now see the camera, and I can do it without my shoes on. I live in West Anchorage. I'm represented by Eagle River, and not by you other people when it comes to what really matters, which is really a shame. I came to Alaska in 1980. I've lived in Anchorage ever since. Worked with Northwest Airlines and Delta for 33 years. Worked with Dave Bronson for some of that. And I love these mountains. I love this valley. And my license plates say no hate since 1995. And I believe some of you actually hate us the way you treat us, making us wear masks, touching your mask right there, Mr. Constant, being a bad example, spreading germs, instead of vitamin D, enough vitamin D, having 50 nanograms per milliliter in a blood test is virtually guarantees people from not dying from COVID. You cannot get on a ventilator. You don't need to be on a ventilator when you don't have the cytokine storm. Having enough vitamin D, this is 5,000 international units available at cars. And Costco has these for 8 cents per gel cap. Some people can get by with 5,000. Most people need 10,000. 2 of these, 16 cents a day to be safe from COVID. And obese people need more, unless they're really small to begin with. So hospitals could be using calcifediol, which is fast-acting D, in late term. Instead of putting them on the ventilators, giving them remdesivir, they give them calcifediol, which is fast-acting. It's already like pre-digested, it goes right into the system. It would cure almost everybody. They won't use it. They won't use nebulized hydrogen peroxide. They won't use ozone therapy. They won't use their hyperbaric oxygen chambers that they have. They won't do deep breathing exercises, which they used to do. I'm done already? Wow. Goodbye. Let's love each other, everybody.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Thank you. Dustin Sherman. I live in District 6, represented by Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance. First off, most of you misunderstand me. You believe that I have animosity toward you? Honestly, I don't. You guys have a tough job. I understand it. I understand tonight you may rescind or start talking about lifting the mask mandate. I really hope so. Your mask mandate did a bang-up job, so much so that I was only asked one time since it was instituted to put on a mask. And that was in a movie theater that no one else was wearing a mask in. So there's that. You've lost any and all credibility in this city. Each and every move that you have made takes away from the citizens' rights, moves you closer and closer to getting removed from your respective positions. Don't believe me? All you need to do is look at the last election. Your version of Hillary Clinton lost to our current mayor. That hurts, I know it does. That's because the city sees that you're handicapping the current mayor, who was duly elected by the people. The same people will be voting again in April. Are you all prepared for that? I highly doubt it. You've seriously worn out your welcome in this city. So before you start patting yourselves on the back for the last mask mandate, just understand that the majority of the people here rejected it and abstained from wearing them at all. Thanks.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Sherry. I'm in South. I stand before you tonight with a heart that is very full. I'm representing a group, the Alaskans for Liberty and Medical Freedom. What I'm about to read to you, came from a lot of heartfelt emotion. Please hear me. We, the sovereign people of the great land of Alaska, declare and demand that our rights are unalienable and must be honored. We are done with tyranny. You have shut down our businesses. You have masked our children. You have remasked us. Lord knows why. Doesn't work. We all know it. You have divided us. You have forced us to do things against our will. You don't listen. You don't represent us. You took our right to go to church. You took our right to assemble publicly here in our homes, with our family, with our friends, with businesses that we wanted to support. You stripped us of all the things that makes life wonderful. You have denied our medical rights, our right to choose. You have used corrupt science to support your lies. And we all know it. You have violated our children in many ways. You have distorted truth. Your deceptions have defiled natural law. You have and are violating our voting rights, which is against the law, by the way. Your violations and transgressions have and continue killing people in and out of the hospital. We are done. We demand justice and the recompense of that justice. And for the support of this declaration, I'm relating to you with all the fervor of my heart. With a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortune, and our sacred honor, which I have not seen that you guys know what that is.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Jean Strong, and I live somewhere in Alaska. On June 19th, 2020, you guys killed my dog. Your mandates and shutdowns robbed her of effective veterinary care. Whereas she was a beautiful, loving dog who had plenty of years left to live, whereas you did an unforgivable thing in killing her, whereas you have lost any vestige of respect, whereas I am done being nice, whereas I am going to call you out. This election stuff you're doing is an incredibly bad idea. One of your apparent role models once said, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. You wouldn't care how many observers there were at those elections. You have made it abundantly clear that you have a great deal to hide. I firmly believe that this is a crystal clear intent to cheat. You're already on thin ice, even with your own sheep's-tituants. And then you do something like this? It's difficult for me to wrap my head around hubris so strong that you don't realize how badly you've overplayed your hand. It is astounding. Everyone understands your desperate need for control, like MAC mandates and such, but this is way more than a step too far. This is a bleeping jump off a cliff too far. This is election tampering and an effort to overthrow a legally elected government. It will affect both state and general elections and could possibly go as far as being called treason or sedition. This is not government by the people. You lost on the latest mask mandate because of the power of the people refusing to comply. Now hear me well. We are not done.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Goforth, and I'm also from Alaska. And everything she said. I want you to know that you must be terrified of what's going to happen in April. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen something happening to change the election law. I already know all about COVID. I already know all about the vaccine. You know the vaccine was not FDA approved. BioNTech is not approved. Comirnaty is. But Comirnaty's not in production. So FDA has not approved anything, and you're giving it to 5-year-olds. You know, my granddaughter's 5. You have no idea. My mother just lost her boyfriend because they put him in a hospital with remdesivir and then ventilated him. 6 of my friends were killed in October by being put in hospitals and put on remdesivir and ventilated. I am standing here right now because I took ivermectin. I'm telling you right now, we know what's going on. We know that your masking is just adding to it, and we know that you're being paid to continue it. That's what we know. We know the school district got $122 billion as long as they continue to handle the care thing. They got it in April in order to continue masking children through 2023. We know what's going on. We know that you have no honor, you have no reasoning, you have no compassion, and you don't care what we tell you because you're being paid to vote a certain way. That's what we know, and that's why you're so terrified in April that you're trying to violate the election code everywhere. If it was free and fair elections and you were not cheating, it wouldn't matter how many people were watching. Do you know that a small town in Florida just overturned the 2020 election? They did. Look it up. It just happened today. They overturned it because of election fraud. It's the first of many. I've seen Joe Van Pulitzer. I don't know if you know who he is. He discovered the QRC code. He invented it. He's a multi-billionaire, trillion. I don't know what he is. But I'm telling you, he's so smart. And I already saw all the Arizona evidence. I already saw all the evidence from the machines. I already know how all this works. I already know how they set it up with the 2010 census data. We already know what you do. We're just surprised that you actually think we don't. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. And I just want to remind folks that initial audience participation ends at 6 p.m., so there's about 8 minutes left. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, Earth, United States of America, State of Alaska, Anchorage, God's land. Stand before my brothers and sisters today. I'd like to direct your attention back to my September 22nd, 2020 speech. I handed the 11 assembly members, the municipal clerk, and the entire executive staff that day a repentance slip, citing John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. So what that means is once you repent of your sins, you can have life anew. You can be unthawed through the chair, Mr. Peterson. You can be vindicated of your crimes through the chair, Mr. Constant. But I'd like to speak about something. No, I don't want to do it. No, I don't want to. The words of a 6-year-old little girl. Anchorage Education Center, 5530 East Northern Lights Boulevard, Anchorage, Alaska, 99504, USA. This occurred on November 5th, 2021. She was forcibly injected, held down against her will, while the Pfizer bioweapon was shoved in her arm against her will. No means no. We have the right as Alaskans to refuse medical care. Article 1, Section 22, the right to privacy. The right of the people to privacy shall not be infringed. The legislature shall implement this section, amended 1972. That's 49 years ago in case you can't do the math. So for nearly 50 years, we've had the right to privacy. So stay the hell out of our lives At the door, you have this tyrant right here through the chair, putting his arm over the emergency exit, blocking women and children
Mr.
through
Williams,
the chair.
Mr. Williams, please refrain from shouting. Please.
Well, when
direct
there's an
contact.
emergency and there's safety through the chair, LaFrance, we have a civil emergency declared right now, and you got someone blocking the fire exit. When you try and step in, he steps on your toes and tries to assault you. Through the chair, municipal manager, through the chair to the mayor. Can we please address this in Jesus' name?
Mr. Williams, please refrain from shouting. You have been warned.
Pause my time if you're going to interrupt me. New York Times versus Sullivan. I don't know how many times I need to discipline you on this through the chair of France. Stop your tyranny in Jesus' name. Freedom and liberty worldwide. End of story.
Welcome. We have time for one more. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Christian Adam Harrison. I was born on 3rd Avenue in the old Native Hospital. I didn't come here to berate anybody. I didn't even come here to speak. But for most of the past 10 years, I've been homeless. For most of the past 10 years, I've been addicted to and using methamphetamine in every area of the city. Now, just before COVID broke, I obtained community-acquired pneumonia, working my way out of a fresh incarceration and into housing and sobriety for the first time in 10 years. I broke. Yeah. But when the lockdown happened, I broke like a wet paper bag, just to be honest. Right now, I got hired last week, one day before my youngest daughter's 13th birthday. Full-time. And passed a urinalysis in a sober living transitional housing program that is here in Anchorage. I have nothing but gratitude to the citizens of Anchorage regardless of class, regardless of color, and regardless of position. I'm thankful that I've never been murdered in this city. Really. I learned how to inhale cigarettes when I was 6 years old, just off Rika Drive, because I went to Russian Jack Elementary. And it wasn't Russian Jack Elementary that taught me that. It wasn't even someone from a different family. It was my own. And I don't think they were really trying to teach the little brother how to do wrong. My mother passed away 3 years ago from cancer. And I torpedoed probably every area of my life and relationship. You guys do have a hard job, as Mr. Sherman said. And I happened to meet him a few weeks ago, and I'm glad to have made his acquaintance and to have moved forward in my life in love and try and pick myself out of the gutter. And irregardless of how elections have gone, irregardless of administrative changes, there's one community here that needs to come together at all levels. And Jesus said, "My people perish for lack of knowledge," and that it is written, "The anger of man does not work the righteousness of God," my brother.
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton?
So, Mr. Harrison, I just want to congratulate you on beating the challenges you've had. That's very outstanding.
Okay, it is 5:59, and
okay. I
actually
just
it's
need 1
turning
minute.
to 6
I
o'clock.
just need 1 minute. So, my name's
Will the body, if the body will permit this, okay, to stray from our rules. Go ahead for a minute.
Just 1 minute, that's all.
Madam Chair.
So, Ms. Allard,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we suspend the rules just to listen to the last three testifiers, please?
so you would need to make a motion?
Can I motion to move to listen, to suspend the rules to listen to the last three testifiers, please?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. A motion has been made to suspend the rules to hear from 3 additional people. Thank you. It's been seconded. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I will support this, but just reading the section here, it says that the last person for initial audience participation shall begin no later than 6 p.m. So my strict interpretation of that is even at 6 p.m. we can do the last person, and then they might end at 6:03, and that's fine. That's how I always interpreted it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other... Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
This is a question for legal counsel. The code states that the final testifier must begin 6. Is it proper that a parliamentary move would override the code?
Yes. Yes, it is proper. Yes.
I didn't mean to make a fuss, but okay.
Mr. Gates?
Do I need to re-ask the question?
Yes, please.
So the code requires that the initial public testimony, final testifier begins no later than 6 p.m. We've had a practice of suspending the rules to allow additional people to testify. My question is, does the motion to suspend the rules suspend the code?
Yes, actually, I believe that's permissible. This part of the code is your procedural rule for your agenda. In order your agenda, it's very much a parliamentary law. And as parliamentary law, it's something you can suspend in this instance. I mean, I think that we also should look at some historical practice, because as long as I can recall, since this initial audience participation was enacted a year and a half ago or so, this body has suspended that several times.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick clarification. So originally when I heard the motion, I thought it was just to allow 1 additional person, which I thought was fair and right. But I think 3 additional people, we have a lot of work to get done. So we have final audience participation. So I will be voting no. If it's just 1 more person, the person who was in line at 6 o'clock, I'd be fine with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair, I just would like to also just make a comment that we've been using the term tradition and precedence quite a bit, and have voted already. All these people probably would be almost done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to suspend the rules to allow 3 additional people to participate in initial audience participation.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The motion passes 6-5. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
And if members of the please refrain from clapping.
Okay, hello, my name's Sophia, and I live in Anchorage. I just wanted to say the masks are completely useless in the regard that if the science proves correct that they are helpful, then wear them if you need to. Don't wear them if you don't. If your body has already gotten COVID and it has the natural immunities that you don't need to wear the mask, then don't wear the mask. It's exactly like saying to your neighbor in a different house, hey, I feel safe because I have my fence, but I need to feel safer for you to have a fence. They might not be able to financially buy a fence, or they just don't want to because they don't need to. Fences are well and all in protection of ourselves, so is the mask. But heck, it's going either way with the mask in science. I've heard so much that it works and so much that it doesn't. It's even on the box it says it's useless. That's all.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
I'm Midtown, and my name is Cynthia Wilson. And I'm perhaps speaking to the wrong issue. Speaking to the mic. My name is Cynthia Wilson, and I'm from Midtown, and I've lived here 34 years. I am speaking to the election procedures, and I, as a citizen, would just like to say I believe that the clerk should be allowed to have 2 to 3 observers. I agree that observers that have to register, I agree that they need to have mandatory training, and they perhaps have to register in advance. I agree with that. I worked at an election center. I think it's just critical that we allow for there to be observation of votes in counting. From past experience, there was ballot stuffing that had to be stopped. And I was there and I physically saw it. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bring it up. Second of all, I just believe that the clerk needs to keep the video running. Otherwise, as a citizen, I feel rather helpless that there's no way the public has of ensuring a fair election. I just want something set up as a citizen for that. And I appreciate you giving me the extra time to say this. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for the extra moments to speak.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Dustin Darden. You have an election coming up, and people have spoke on the importance of, placating to your constituents. And, you saw us in the last vote. A couple of you voted to extend in the more conservative districts the meeting to rally votes. But I pose to you this question. These people are not only your constituents, these people are your jury pool. And there is a gentleman who spoke earlier, Mr. Niall Williams. He was speaking in regards to the door. I have record being exposed right now on many groups of that security guard conspiring with the assembly to interfere with someone's constitutional rights. And since it was a conspiracy, that is a federal charge. So once again, not just the constituents, but ladies and gentlemen, your jury pool. These will be the people, when you are in federal indictments, that are going to be deciding your fate. So how you treat them is very substantial. And you may claim some kind of political immunity by denying knowledge, but the fact that I just on record told you that your interference with telling these security guards is an interference of Alaska statutes 1176110. And if you continue to conspire, and on a conspiracy takes it to another level, folks. That's not just interfering with constitutional rights, Alaska statutes 1176110, which you're no longer ignorant of on record, but you're also interference with constitutional or conspiracy against rights, the federal charge, section 18. And if it's someone's belief that they don't need to put something on their face, and you're hindering their right, I mean, it's just really poor for your jury pool, for the what's going to happen is there's going to be obviously lawsuits, but there's also going to be a petition to prosecutors to have you, to have a grand jury, and you're going to be indicted for crimes against humanity, interference with constitutional rights, conspiracy against rights, and there's going to be 12 people deciding your fate. And the maximum penalty of violating a conspiracy against rights is death when it involves the taking of life, which this injection bioweapon is involved in. So I'd just like you to think about that.
Thank you for your participation. Next, we have the consent agenda. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize for the lateness of this, but I moved to lay on the table the item that was just recently distributed, AR 2021-XXX, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding public health and safety measures for the COVID-19 pandemic.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The justification for laying this on the table late was to provide the most up-to-date information. There's a meeting that has started at 4:30 today. It still hasn't concluded, but we think we can go ahead and move. That would have been relevant to our discussion. We can address it a bit more in debate, but that is relevant to the item that's being presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard, I see that you're in the queue, but were you in the queue for this item? Go ahead. Do you have a question regarding the reason for laying this on the table?
Not for laying it on the table. I was just going to request change the order of the day in relevance to this.
We'll come back to you, Ms. Allard, for
Thank
that
you.
motion, and we will take up this one first. So it has been moved and seconded to lay this unnumbered AR on the table. Ms. Zalatel has spoken to the reasons for this motion. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this AR on the table.
Ms. Kennedy?
Actually, can I ask a question, Madam Chair? I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the correct document. Can we have maybe the title of it? You know, the AR 2021XXX doesn't really tell me exactly which document we're looking at, and since I'm doing this online, I'm just having to go by some recent emails I've gotten. So can we have a title to this?
We do.
Please.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I can read it again. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding public health and safety measures for the COVID-19 pandemic. And as you noted, it is unnumbered.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready to vote then if Ms. Jones is ready to take my answer, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to lay this resolution on the table passes 11-0. So because this item is not incorporated onto the agenda, it will be a standalone item as 10B4, 10 Bravo 4. Ms. Allard, we'll go back to you.
Madam Chair, I'll just pull it from the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Actually, it will be a standalone item, 10 Bravo 4.
Madam Chair, can I request to change the order of the day if this is a standalone item?
One moment, Ms. Allard. I believe, Ms. Zalatel, were you going to speak to
I was going to move to approve 10B4 because it's a standalone item at this time. I don't believe it's incorporated into the consent agenda, is my understanding.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Allard?
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve, or okay, so just to reiterate, this item isn't on the consent agenda, and because it's out of order, we can take it up anytime. And so Ms. Zalatel has moved to approve. Did you second? Mr. Peterson seconded, and I would go back to Ms. Zalatel as the maker of the motion first to speak to it, and then we will go to you, Ms. Allard, for your amendment. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So tonight, myself and Assembly Member Peterson are bringing the mask mandate to an early close through this resolution. For now, I think the mandate has done what was intended and set our city back on a better path in regards to physical health of our residents and the economic health of our city. By following the best practices of social distancing, mask wearing, and vaccinations, we're able to bring COVID-19 transmissions and hospitalizations down, and we can lift the mandate early. It would have naturally expired, I believe, on December 14th. An emergency ordinance expires in 60 days or by the parameters of the emergency ordinance. This emergency ordinance was crafted at a time that hospitals were under immense pressure related to COVID-19. That pressure seems to have eased, and that they have not invoked directly within patient care those crisis standards of care for the last 14 consecutive days. That said, the crisis standards of care, as of right now, as far as we know, still could be invoked. They could be invoked tomorrow. There's a state crisis of care committee meeting right now to talk about that very issue, and that was what we were waiting on to see if we would get further direction. There hasn't been any announcement or decision out of that committee meeting today. So while it may seem counterintuitive with the new variant on the horizon to be asking to end the mask mandate early, when we set rules, we should follow those rules. And here, this rule is that if the crisis standards of care were not actively being used by the hospitals for 14 consecutive days, that the mask mandate should end, and that's what this resolution would do. This does not preclude further action in the future, should it be needed or warranted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to amend line 29 where it says will expire at midnight on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021 to be effective immediately instead. So strike Tuesday, December 7th, 2020. Well, actually, pandemic will expire at midnight. COVID-19 pandemic measures. Just strike through line midnight, effective immediately Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. Please.
Second.
Can I offer a slight variation to that?
One moment. Moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Weddleton, correct? And just to make sure, Madam Clerk, did you need that repeated, or do you have that? Would you repeat it one more time, Ms. Allard?
Just a point of information.
I would listen to Mr. Constant, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I think the simplest way to effect the change the member is asking for is to strike everything from, strike the word will, and then strike everything after expire to the period of date December 27th, 2021, and insert the word immediately so it reads, and safety measures for COVID-19 pandemic expire immediately. So you just strike will, add immediately, strike at midnight on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. And you might add expires immediately just to be perfectly grammatically correct.
So we don't normally.
Just a suggestion to the mover and the seconder.
Ms. Allard, do you concur?
Yeah, we'll leave it grammatically correct. That's fine.
And Mr. Weddleton as the second?
Yeah, that's an improvement. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Moved, seconded, revised. Is there any discussion? Ms. Allard, did you want to speak further to your amendment? Sorry, I should have gone back to you.
That's fine, and Madam Chair. I think that we could agree or disagree on if the mask worked or not, but today we're looking at moving forward, and I think the public is ready to go ahead and take their mask off or leave them on. Or leave them on. Everybody has the options to make what works best for them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose the amendment because wanted to give some heads up. I think we did that to some extent by a press release Mr. Peterson and I issued, but we weren't certain that this set of circumstances would come to pass as we were further investigating the situation. Effective immediately could pose a little bit of hardship for employers who are currently following the mask mandate or businesses, giving all of a few hours for planning purposes to make some internal calls from a business perspective or what the best mitigation plan is for an individual entity, I think is a reasonable thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Ms. Zalatel and will be opposing the amendment. We heard from employers and businesses over and over during the course of the last year and a half that they wanted as much lead time as possible. Obviously, that wasn't particularly possible in this case, but I do think that the media covered it and that Ms. Zalatel and Mr. Peterson did a good job of suggesting that Wednesday would be the day that the effectively that the mask mandate were to expire. So I oppose this amendment, and but I do support the underlying change. Thank you. Sorry, the underlying resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the amendment because I think the difference between 5 hours probably isn't going to make that much of a difference. So I don't think that businesses are going to get too spun up about the fact that it's right now or it's 5 hours from now. So the other thing is all these businesses have the right to continue in their own way however they want to enforce masking in their businesses. So I don't see that that even changes in terms of how a lot of our businesses already choose to function. So I think making this the immediate change really doesn't probably cause an issue one way or the other. So it's reasonable to go ahead and make it an immediate change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I run one of those businesses, and to initiate a mask requirement could, for some businesses, be a challenge to do and would take some warning. But to end a mask requirement, I don't see that any planning is needed. I mean, it sets a minimum standard, and if businesses choose to maintain the masking, as mine has for much of the last 2 years, that's fine. You don't really need any planning. So I think in this side of it, to end it, doesn't really take any planning. Businesses continue to do what they're doing or not. To start it, I believe, did take some, time to plan. So it's very different. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to respond to that a little, I agree with you to a certain extent. Certainly to implement one takes more planning. But we saw news coverage and testimonial from businesses in the days when there wasn't a mask mandate in place, stating that it became much more difficult for businesses, private businesses, to implement their own mask mandate policy, their private mask mandate policy. Now that's going to happen on Wednesday, unfortunately, and there will be some private businesses that will ask people to wear masks, and they'll be confronted by probably angry citizens that say, well, there is no mask mandate, you can't do that. That's an unfortunate occurrence, and I think some businesses need to prepare for that, prepare their employees for that. Tonight, there are people, dining out or at other kind of establishments where there's a mask mandate in effect, and for it to end at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. in an unexpected fashion, I think is unwise. I do think, and again, we heard that private businesses had a real difficult time when they didn't feel like the municipality had their sort of legal backing. Now, the truth is they can do it. They have the legal right to do it. But it is going to become more challenging for those that want to implement a private mask policy starting tomorrow. We just know that. That's one of the side effects of what we're about to do. But I hope it starts tomorrow as opposed to at, 6:23. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment fails 4-7. Next, we have the main motion to approve unnumbered AR before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the resolution.
Ms. Kennedy?
Sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I tried to get in the queue, but I think you didn't see my text.
I'm sorry, Ms. Quinn Davidson. We can pause. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize to Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Jones as well. I just wanted to focus on some of the pieces at the end of this resolution, which are encouraging businesses and others to adopt and enforce their own policies, and also individuals to use masks wherever they can. We know they prevent the spread of COVID to some extent, and really when I wear a mask, it's because I care about my neighbors and my community, and I want to keep numbers down so that our economy can recover. Many other cities across this country have mask mandates, and they have lower numbers of COVID rates. So I just want to remind everyone that this is expiring because of the way it was constructed, not because it's not smart to wear a mask at this stage. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the resolution.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. We will now go to the consent agenda portion of the agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. We'll start with Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 10A1 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. 10A1. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Delta 5, 10 Delta 16, and 10 Delta 17. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. 3 items under 10 Delta, 5, 16, and 17. Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would pull 10D, 12, 13, and 14. And then 10E7 to set for public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So under 10 Delta, 12, 13, and 14, and 10 Echo 7. Ms. Kennedy, any items to pull?
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard, any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton, any items?
10 Delta 10.
10 Delta 10. Anything else?
Actually, Madam Chair, I apologize. Was 10 Bravo 3 pulled? 10B3?
10B3 was not pulled. Let me just confirm that Mr. Weddleton, was that just one item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So 10 Bravo 3?
Yes, please.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'm reminded that we had a meeting and discussed also setting item 10E3 for public hearing, so I would pull that item.
Item 10 Echo 3. Okay, I'll go head back through the list. 10 Alpha 1, Mr. Dunbar. 10 Bravo 3, Ms. Allard. 10 Delta 5, Ms. Zalatel. 10 Delta 10, Mr. Weddleton. 10 Delta 12, 13, 14, Mr. Constant. 10 Delta 16 and 17, Ms. Zalatel. 10 Echo 3 and 7, Mr. Constant. Are there any other items members wish to pull? Seeing no one in the queue, Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Testing. Okay, it's back on. We had a brief microphone outage there.
Test.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the consent agenda minus the pulled items has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now go through and take up the items that were pulled from the consent agenda. We now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2021-388, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20 through December 20 as Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, resolution AR 2021-388 is approved. Mr. Weddleton, are you reading?
I am reading. I'm not sure if anyone's here to receive it.
Someone here to receive?
Perhaps there's someone out there who has had a relative victim of homicide could receive it. Oops.
Actually, Mr. We'll wait on that. Darden, Mr. Darden will go ahead and wait because we had someone else lined up and we just need to confirm if they're going to be here. But I think if you want to go ahead and read it,
This
Mr.
is a
Weddleton.
resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20th through December 20 as Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month. Whereas losing a loved one to homicide is one of the most traumatic events a person can experience. And whereas homicide victims are loved and grieved by their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, sons, daughters, husbands, wives, partners, grandparents, aunts, uncles, extended family members, friends, neighbors, classmates, colleagues, and communities across the country. And whereas, according to the Department of Public Safety, Crime in Alaska 2020 report, a total of 48 murders were reported in Alaska, and the Anchorage Police Department reports that there are 18 homicides in Anchorage in 2020. And whereas Alaska's Homicide Memorial in Hostetler Park currently has more than 450 names engraved of innocent victims of homicide throughout Alaska, whose names are read at an annual ceremony that includes families of the victims. And whereas survivors, advocates, and providers are working to implement equitable and effective community-based responses to homicide, Victims for Justice, a statewide organization established in 1985, served approximately 270 families of homicide victims this year. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly honors Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month, November 20th through December 20th, expressing support to survivors of homicide victims, including families, schools, and communities. In the Anchorage Assembly, its departments and mayor call on community members to respond to all families suffering in the aftermath of a homicide with compassion and support services. To all surviving family members of homicide victims in Anchorage, you are not alone. Your community joins you in your pain and offers empathy. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 7th day of December, 2021.
We now have before us item 10B3, resolution number AR 2021-400, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing Assembly Counsel to participate in litigation to confirm and defend the legality of Anchorage Ordinance 2020-79S and Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.20.140 relating to the Office of Equity and Justice.
Waive reading.
What is the will of the body?
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a few questions in regards to the AR section, and it would be on page 2. And it says in the, and I'm wondering if when we reference the Anchorage, or the council advises the Anchorage Assembly, are we speaking of Mr. Dean Gates? And I just have a few questions, and maybe the leadership could explain those a little bit more in detail as far as when they're saying litigation, are we looking as a full body of suing the administration? I'm just trying to understand.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Gates, would you respond to Ms. Allard's questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. If I understood Mrs. Allard's question, it's whether this resolution was authorizing a suit against the executive branch. Is that what you asked, Ms. Allard?
Yes, Mr. Gates, and I'll have a couple follow-ups, but we could start there, please.
Yes, that's basically the whole gist of it.
All right, then, Madam Chair, may I?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
If the Assembly is looking at suing the administration based on the I guess it would be the firing of Mr. Armstrong, our former Chief Executive Officer, then do we as a full body have to participate, or am I allowed to remove myself from that lawsuit or that suit? Because
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. And to be clear, this isn't about the Assembly being involved in Mr. Armstrong and his claims, but his claims are related to his dismissal based on the code section and the code section that we're looking at. And we included attachments with this resolution to help clarify. But the code section that we're looking at, the Assembly believes was valid. They passed it and enacted it in 2020 that authorizes the mayor to dismiss the chief equity officer, Mr. Armstrong in this case, for cause only rather than at the pleasure of the mayor and only with the concurrence of the Assembly. And so this language we're at odds with, and I have talked with the Department of Law, and Mr. Brook produced a memorandum, and we have different positions on whether that code language, the very specific line, is valid or not. And this resolution authorizes us to litigate over that code language. The Assembly and the executive branch disagree on whether it's valid or not. And so Mr. Armstrong, of course, he has his employment interests, so he's got a little different claim than we do, although there is some overlap there. And we are aware of his case, of course. It's been well publicized in the media. And so the form of litigation might be the Assembly joining that lawsuit as an intervener because the issues are very similar, at least one of his arguments about that code language, or maybe it's a different or separate lawsuit. We're not sure yet, but that's what we're looking at.
Madam Chair, just one last question to Mr. Gates.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, I was actually a no vote to approve and to appoint Mr. Armstrong, and I was also a no vote to bring this forward as a position. So how could I, as an Assembly person, be removed from any litigation against the administration? Because we have different legal opinions, and I don't happen to agree with yours. Could you advise, please, or Mr. Burke?
Well, yes, that's fine. This is basically a majority vote thing, and I represent the Assembly as a body in this litigation, so the majority vote, if this passes, it will authorize the litigation. If you have a no vote, that will be in the record showing disagreed with this going forward. But in the litigation, it's got to be very specific that we're looking at the interests of the body, the Assembly, the legislative branch, and not of individual Assembly members. So that's an important distinction there. So you could, of course, tell the world from now on that you voted against this, but if it passes, then it can still go forward.
Madam Chair, the clerk's office might be able to ask or answer my final question, perhaps.
I thought the last one was your final. You have one more?
Yeah.
Go ahead and state your question, Ms. Allard,
Okay.
and we can figure out who can respond.
Thank you. It's in regards to how much will this, when we sue the administration, actually the municipality, we end up paying for it still, the taxpayers. And does anybody have any costs on how much this would be for us to sue the administration, which then goes back on the taxpayers to pay this lawsuit? Potential.
If I may.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Gates.
Well, of course, litigation isn't free, but sometimes it's necessary, and it is sometimes necessary for a legal disagreement between co-equal branches of government to be resolved by another branch, the judicial branch, in this case. And I think that's what we're looking at doing here is we've got the executive branch and the legislative branch going to the judicial. And of course, there's a cost. And this happens sometimes. There was a lawsuit in 2013 where there was a disagreement between the branches here, this body, on the veto power and the mayor's use of the veto power. And yes, there were costs. In that case, there was outside counsel, law firms retained for both the administration and the Assembly. And I think that if things do go forward here, perhaps we'll resolve our differences and settle. You know, it's hard to say exactly where this goes. But if we do proceed and go to court and so forth, most likely we will retain outside counsel as well. And the code says that this authorization is needed if outside counsel is retained and the costs might be over $30,000 for the legal costs. And that's not actually very much for a lawsuit that goes into a pilot process. So it's impossible to actually put an exact dollar figure here on it, how much it will cost at the end. but litigation isn't free.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess my final comment is we just don't know the cost. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to say that this is not intending to sue the administration. This is intending to defend our authority to legislate and to defend the code properly implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-400. Actually, hold on. Mr. Gates is in the queue. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you. I apologize. I wanted to add one last point. This type of litigation is for declaratory relief. That's the nature it is. We're not suing for money damages or things like that. And declaratory relief would just be the court saying, this is what this law means. You know, we have different positions on it. So, and there would be nothing else involved. There's actually a good body of case law about what kind of relief you can get. They simply couldn't sue the administration, you know, to pay us $500 or $500,000 or whatever. It's just declaratory relief to interpret the code, whether it's valid, whether it complies with our charter or the Alaska Constitution and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Allard, a final time in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your leniency. I just kind of want to get a perspective on how the administration feels about this. Is that all right? I just want to see their perspective and hear from them, since it's about them.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I will note just for folks that the letter from Mr. Burke is attached to this resolution, and it pretty clearly outlines the administration's position. Was there something besides?
Yeah, I see the letter. I'd like it on public record spoken, if that's possible, please. I want to hear it from the administration.
Okay, so in addition to the written record, you are requesting
a verbal. Thank you.
Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, Municipal Attorney Burke has attached a significant letter that relies not only on municipal charter, which we believe is very clear that the Assembly violated municipal charter and exceeded their authority. I'll refer to Section 502, Powers of the Mayor, Section A. The mayor shall appoint all heads of municipal departments subject to confirmation by the Assembly on the basis of professional qualifications. Persons appointed by the mayor serve at the pleasure of the mayor, period. It doesn't say serve at the pleasure of the mayor with the Assembly's concurrence if they get fired. So, I mean, that's just a layman's way of saying it, Madam Chair and Ms. Allard. Mr. Burke has relied on significant case law. He's relied on charter,
Chair,
and he's relied on state statutes.
One
so
moment, Ms. Demboski.
that's our position.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you had a point of order?
Thank you. I'm in terms of process, are we putting all of the debate on the record tonight so that we would have to put both sides and all of those things? If so, then we should do both. If not, then we should move on.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. The chair agrees, and the intent of the litigation is actually to sort out the different positions and to resolve that conflict. So we will not be doing that here tonight. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-400.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 9-2. We now have before us item 10D5. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 782-2021, sole source contract with GHD for peer review services for the Port of Alaska's Modernization Plan, PAM&P, for the Municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
To postpone to the meeting of December 21st.
Second to Ms. Zalatel's.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of December 21st was seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is scheduled to be the subject of conversation at the upcoming Enterprise and Utility Oversight Commission. I would like to have a conversation about what the peer review is fully going to entail. I'd also like to hear how this intersects with the Design Commission that's been moving forward at quite the clip, and just making sure that everything is working in alignment and that there wouldn't be any potential delays. I appreciate the intent here is to be ready to go by March 2022 with this process, I believe. Or I'm sorry, February 2022. That's great. I just need to know where all the pieces intersect, and I think that that will be what's explored at the upcoming committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Weddleton, were you in the queue? No. Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 782-2021 to the meeting of December 21.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. This will be back before us at the meeting of December 21st. Next, we have item 10D10. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 786-2021, application for transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary liquor license number 1666 for Irwin Development Group, LLC DBA Irwin Development. Mr. Weddleton?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, it was kind of a mashup of a couple different licenses that ended up not working. So we've got a replacement that we laid on the table.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AM 786-2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone this item indefinitely passes 11-0. Next, we have item 10D12, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 792-2021, Sister Cities Commission appointment. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 11th.
Second.
A motion to postpone to the meeting of January 11 has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. We are just running into the holidays, and I intend to see a review of all of these appointments as we go forward for the time being. I've not had any concerns from about this potential nominee, but I have heard a lot of concerns from the commission itself about lack of ability to connect with staff and a lack of ability to find any assistance to set meetings and get noticed so that they can conduct their business. And so for this item, I'd like us to have a work session in the early part of the year so we can talk about that one and also the next one. They probably could be done at the same meeting, but or within an hour for both.
Are we actually...
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to the meeting, to postpone AM 792-2021 to the meeting of January 11th.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-1. We now have before us item 10D13, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 793-2021, Animal Control Advisory Board appointment. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to January 11th.
Second.
Thank you. For the same reason, just the intent is to set a work session, have a review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So the motion has been made to postpone this item to the meeting of January 11 by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of wanted to understand a little bit why the mover decided he wanted to move to postpone on January 21st. I did get some phone calls and messages, but it wasn't about this person. It was about a different individual, but because this person fundraises, they're being accused of something that they've never done. So could Mr. Constant speak a little bit more? I don't have a problem. I just want to know where you're coming from just a little bit more, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Ms. Allard, and the motion is to postpone to the meeting of January 11th. Mr. Constant, did you want to add any more?
Yeah, I don't intend to address anyone's reputation across the dais tonight. There just have been a number of questions raised that are worthy having a conversation about. And so I don't want to be too specific, but I do have questions that have been brought to me about not the individual, but the organization the individual worked with and its stewardship of animals. And so I don't want to hit anyone's reputation, but I just intend that these should be heard after having a brief work session.
Thank you, Mr.
If my
Constant.
peers agree.
Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, Amy Demboski will speak.
Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, I'm trying to understand what the point of the work sessions are for both the Sister Cities Commission and for animal control, and if the intent of the Assembly moving forward is every board and commission appointment needs work sessions. What are we trying to get out of that so we can prepare?
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. For the matter relating to the Sister Cities Commission, I put it on the record. I just have concerns about how the commission is being staffed at this time, and I want to understand what's happening so that we can make sure that the process is moving forward. I had people asking me to help them because I serve as the liaison to get a meeting notice because they didn't have an opportunity to connect with the staff after numerous attempts to try. So I want to square that up. The issue of the other item, I'd prefer to just have a conversation with you separate from this place right now.
And I think to your first point, I appreciate those points being said. I think the most effective use of everyone's time is if you have an issue with staffing of anything, that you just come to me and we have the conversation and I'll just fix it. And that'll maybe save everybody time to have to do a work session. And the second thing, with the second one, I appreciate having that conversation offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 793-2021 to the meeting of January 11th.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-1. We now have before us item 10D14, Assembly Memorandum number AM 795-2021, recommendation of award to CRW Engineering Group LLC for professional engineering services for the Camrose Drive Storm Drainage Project for the Municipality of Anchorage, Project Management and Engineering, RFP 2021 P020.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Move to amend on line 22. It should read 2022.
Is it line 12?
Or do I have it backwards? Yes. Oh, it should be 23. So line 12 should be through January 14, 2023. Sorry.
Second.
Thank you.
So an amendment has been made to change the year in line 12 to 2023, right? 2023. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend AM 795-2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us to approve AM 795-2021 as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0.
So now it's going to take me a second to catch up with you for those.
The next two items that we are going to take up were laid on the table items. And the first one is 10D Delta 16. That was an unnumbered AM. Subject, grant to Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, AHFC, for the purpose of providing emergency rental and utility assistance programs in the amount of $9,694,157.40. It is from the mayor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatel?
I'd move to amend on line 18. I would like to insert before where it says AHFC, insert a sentence right before there. It says, no household shall receive more than 18 months of rental and utility assistance under ERA 1 and ERA 2 combined, period.
Second.
An amendment has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Constant, but let's give the clerk a moment to get the amendment. Do you have it in writing? Ms. Zelatel, if you would wish to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just clarification. The line before that suggests that if you are a recipient of other federal assistance that you couldn't take advantage of this rental assistance, but it's not preclusive of if you received assistance under ERA 1, emergency rental assistance, first time, and then the second tranche of emergency rental assistance. So I just wanted to make sure it was really clear that that wasn't a restriction in the program, given the prior sentence, which is a different type of restriction, where basically if the federal government is already paying your rent in a particular capacity.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Weddleton?
I guess maybe Ms. Zolatel needs to repeat that more slowly. I think you have an understanding of these that I don't. So we have, basically the sentence before your amendment says you can't double dip, and then yours, how does yours impact that?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Yes, this is why I made the amendment. The first sentence that before it does say you cannot double dip, but that's a different set of programs. That federally funded should not be duplicative of any other federally funded rental and utility assistance provided to such households. If you go to the guidance under ERA 1 and ERA 2, the FAQs published, I believe it's May 7, 2021, it explicitly states the amendment I've put forward, that no household shall receive more than 18 months of rental and utility assistance under ERA 1 and ERA 2 combined.
She knows these things.
Mr. Weddleton?
I think I have that. So is yours just clarifying the prior sentence then?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if the mover of the amendment might be open to a suggestion, which is to, as the amendment is framed now, which I understand is taken from the federal website, it sounds a little bit like a new prohibition that we are putting forward. rather than, which I think is your intent, informing people that you can do this thing. So could we instead phrase it something like, households may receive up to 18 months of rental assistance?
Ms. Zalatel?
I'm not opposed to putting it in the affirmative, to saying households may receive up to no more than 18 months of assistance through ERA 1 and ERA 2 combined.
Right. I don't think you need to know more. I think up to 18 months is clear. So if you're open to that, then perhaps the mover and the seconder of the amendment could, actually, is there a seconder of the amendment?
Mr. Constant seconded the amendment. So do you concur with the change?
Yes.
And the mover is okay, Ms. Zalatel? And the clerk is still getting that verbiage. So the language of the amendment is on the screen. To add language at the end of line 19 to state households may receive up to 18 months of rental and utility assistance under ERA 1 and ERA 2 combined. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask to give the administration an opportunity to comment to make sure that there isn't something that might hamper the ability to distribute these funds. I noticed there is something in there that talks about income eligibility potentially being redetermined every 3 months. So, I want to make sure we're not putting a figure in there that precludes that requirement of eligibility determination. Anyway, I just thought maybe this would be something that the administration would like to comment on, just to make sure we're not somehow or another causing another restriction that was really not intended, or somehow muddies the waters in the distribution. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to defer to Municipal Attorney Burke.
Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke for the record. The grant agreement, I believe, probably states compliance with federal guidelines, and I think that AHFC is probably aware of the eligibility. So I don't know that the language is actually required, but if we could take 5, I'm happy to look at the rules for eligibility.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. One option would be to move on, consider the amendment, and then when we take the break later, if it turns out it's problematic, we can reconsider it. So that's an approach that the body could take. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. to Ms. Kennedy's question, and I know she wants to hear from the administration, but I think the FAQ on ERA 1 and ERA 2 provide the eligibility requirements, which are spelled out in the document that's before us. It's that inset portion. What I have suggested through the amendment is simply that based on whichever eligibility you may have been eligible under ERA 1, which had its own eligibility, or now ERA 2, that you can still receive this benefit as long as you don't exceed over 18 months between the two programs for rental and utility assistance. The eligibility as indicated in the document by the administration is accurate and would apply. This amendment has no intention of changing what's required for that eligibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my understanding is then that that's an 18-month cumulative time period. It's not necessarily a continuous 18-month time period. In other words, somebody would have to be eligible within a total of 18 months, not necessarily within an 18-month period. Is that correct?
Ms. Kennedy, this is Ms. Zalatil. Yes, that is my understanding and how I read the FAQ.
Okay, thank you. And that's really what I was kind of getting at, is to make sure that we were really talking about what that 18-month time period was really referencing. So I'm okay, Madam Chair, with going ahead and voting on this. And then if something comes up that basically makes it problematic, then yes, we could move to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, for the record. Looking at the Treasury's FAQs, Assemblymember Zalatel is correct. An eligible household cannot receive more than 18 months of assistance under ERA 1 and ERA 2 combined.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to add language at the end of line 19 to state households may receive up to 18 months of rental and utility assistance under ERA 1 and ERA 2 combined.
Ms. Kennedy on the amendment.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion to approve unnumbered assembly memorandum as amended before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve unnumbered assembly memorandum as amended.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D Delta 17, which was laid on the table. This is an unnumbered assembly memorandum from the mayor. Subject supplementary grant to Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, AHFC, for the purpose of providing housing stability services in the amount of $3,393,186. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have some questions on this arrangement with Alaska Housing Finance. Housing stability services are quite a broad category of services. So my questions are, who decides which services, or will AHFC have discretion to fund any services that are eligible as listed as housing stability services? Or was there a particular intent for AHFC to fund a particular type of housing stability service?
Ms. Domboski? Oh, Mr. Frisk?
Yes, CFO Travis Frisk through the chair. Ms. Zalatil, the discretion is left with AHFC over a broad range of housing stability services, not a specific one.
May I ask follow-up? Thank you. Based on that answer, then Do we have any kinds of specifics about how this funding will be allocated amongst the various opportunities for housing stability services? They can range as far as housing counseling, case management, legal services, attorney's fees related to eviction proceedings. It's quite broad, and so I guess I would like to know if there's any further allocations that are specified, or the administration, how it fits into our overall housing strategy, particularly as it relates to getting out of mass care.
I'll answer that, Madam Chair. Ms. Eltel, our exit plan for mass care is what was negotiated through the negotiating process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Ms. Zolotel, that was your final? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, so as part of the negotiated process, we had been looking at approximately $3.5 million of federal rent relief to utilize as funding to help individuals acquire leases for the housing portion of the strategy. And so this item raises questions to us if these are the funds that have been across the table and we hadn't quite resolved yet. And so the fear is, of course, that if this moves forward and we don't understand exactly what it's for, if it's moving to another priority, then that creates a hole in what we've been negotiating and discussing. So we just want to understand if this is that money, and if it is, then what our plan is to help people pay for leases for the time being, to get them out of mass care.
If I may respond, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, we intend to abide completely by the negotiated settlement with the Assembly. So if the Assembly doesn't understand or know what, I should say, doesn't know at this point what that is, then I certainly don't. And I guess within the negotiation, you'll have to fine-tune that.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So wait, hold on one second. Yeah, so the concern then is that if we approve this and these funds are transferred to HFC, they're no longer available for us. So the question then is there a conflicting demand or requirement that these funds be sent immediately to AHFC, or would it be wiser for us to hold these dollars for just a little bit longer as we ramp up that strategy? And so it's not a conflict issue here, it's trying to understand what's happening, because if we pull the trigger too soon, we send the funds to the state, and then we are beholden to them for our priorities.
Thank you, Assemblymember Constant. Through the chair, I have not signed the contract yet. I can certainly hold it. If that would give you greater comfort for the next couple weeks to sort this out, I can certainly do that. Yeah, I haven't signed it yet, so.
Thank you. I think that the prudent action is to have the dollars available for us to spend rather than us to have to go to AHFC and ask them to give them back to us to spend. And so I would offer that either we postpone this indefinitely or postpone a time certain, but we wait.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Constant, we're recommending that you postpone to the 21st, and the CFO has indicated we'll know by then.
And there is a meeting of the negotiating group this week, so that ties well, or is next week soon, that ties together. Thank you. So then I would make the motion to postpone this item to the 21st.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone this item to the meeting of December 21st and seconded by Ms. Allard. And Mr. Constant, you have already spoken to this, so I'll go to Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity for the postponement, both to explore how it relates to the facilitation plan, but also if these funds go to AHFC, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, what are the parameters for them to go to AHFC? In particular, the guidance says grantees using ERA funds for housing stability must maintain records regarding such services and the amounts provided. I would like to give a little bit more guidance as to what we're expecting AHFC, what the outcomes are, how it fits in with the mass care exit plan. So a couple more weeks will give us an opportunity to provide that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And Mr. Constant, you're in for this motion, so that's just a second time. Okay,
Yep.
go ahead.
Thank you. And I would ask that the CFO and the municipal manager consider when discussing with Mr. Butcher and team that if we intend to see these dollars used in this way, if they have additional funds that they could in fact use to match our funds, that if it makes sense for us to send it to them, they can send it back bigger, great. If they can just match us or however that works, but I think that that will help us get much farther along the path to getting people on their feet and out of that mass shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, actually, go ahead, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to Mr. Larry Baker at this time.
Madam Chair, I've had a discussion with Mr. Butcher on this specific issue, and this is time sensitive. They would like us to move forward with this, and so I guess we could have a 2-week delay, but this is very date sensitive in order to access these funds.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, a question for Mr. Baker, if I may. Mr. Baker, these are the housing stability funds, not the rental assistance funds. Do you have some more information about what's intended with the housing stability funds then, and why it's time sensitive? Because the municipality has had these funds for since the beginning of 2021. Thanks.
Madam Chairman, Ms. Zalatel, I actually had that discussion with Mr. Butcher, and he indicated that we needed to move quickly. This has been around, understandable, and if we don't do this quickly, it could be to our detriment. But that's up to the Assembly.
May I ask a follow-up? Why is it time sensitive now? I guess that's the disconnect I'm having at the moment.
Madam Chairman, Ms. Zalatel, I don't know, but I know that he called me directly and asked that we move this forward quickly. But that's the Assembly's decision.
Madam Chair, given the information we've just received, I'm wondering if it's possible to hold this item and bring it up a little bit later in the evening so we can see if we can get Mr. Butcher on the line to provide some information to us. I didn't have him queued up since this was a late on the table item, but I think that is necessary at this time.
Ms. Zalatel, would you then make a motion to change the order of the day to take up this item when Mr. Butcher is available?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any further discussion to take up this item later in the meeting when Mr. Butcher is available? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day passes 11-0. We will take up this item later. Next, we have item 10E, Echo 3.
So, thank you. I would move.
I haven't read it yet.
Oh, sorry. Ready to go.
Resolution number AR 2021-393, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant from the Department of Homeland Security when tendered in the amount of $1,687,687 and appropriating a match contribution from the Port of Alaska Operating Fund, net position in the amount of $562,563, all to the Port of Alaska Capital Improvement Projects Fund, 570 for the Port Security Program.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. There's a little technical matter on this item that the match requirement comes from the net position of the port's operating budget, or, yep, capital budget. And these funds, because it is in excess of $500,000, I'm explaining why. I'm just explaining why, so folks will do it. The $562,563 match requirement is in excess of the $500,000 requirement that we must set a public hearing for these dollars to be spent. And so I move to set a public hearing for December 21st.
Second.
Is there a third?
Third.
Thank you.
So the item has been set for a public hearing at the meeting of December 21st. Next, we have our almost final item on the consent agenda, item 10E7.
On this item, similarly, oh, again, I'm ready to go. Must be dinner time.
I appreciate you're on it. Resolution number AR 2021-401, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $1,125,000 of claims and judgments revenue as a contribution and appropriating said contribution from the 2021 Anchorage Police Department Area General Operating Fund to the
Waive reading.
Area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401-800, all within the Anchorage Police Department for the Elmore Facility remodel and current technology projects. Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Again, because the amount is in excess of $500,000 and it's determined that these are proceeds from, I have the item in front of me, from fines and other court proceedings. These funds also, in order to be spent, have to have a public hearing, so I move to set a public hearing for the 21st of December.
Second.
Third.
This item has been moved to set for public hearing by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, and a third from Mr. Rivera. So it is set for public hearing and will be before us on the meeting of December 21.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I apologize. Ms. Zimboski, go ahead.
Thank you. I have no problems with a public hearing on this, but I do want to let you know that I spoke with Deannis about this, and this is, I think this was the one I spoke with Dee about, the settlement issue, and I had the question about the public hearing, and I was told by law that it was not required because it was a settlement and a reappropriation. I don't know the nuance of that, but that I just want to put it out there. That's the reason we didn't put it forward for a public hearing, is because we were told it didn't need one.
Thank you, Ms. Zimboski. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and we went back and forth on that very topic, and portions of it are settlements and portions of it are fines, and so it was impossible to define which sections were from the clear portions of money, and so, yeah, that's exactly right. We just couldn't. Better to be safe, as the municipal manager says.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Zimboski. With the exception of item 10D17, which we will come back to later, I'm just looking over at Mr. Baker now, or later. Okay, I couldn't tell. Thank you. That concludes, with the exception of item 10D17, the consent agenda, and we will now take our regularly scheduled break and come back in 20 minutes. The clock over there is wrong. Thank you.
can, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm here as well.
Thank you very much.
We are going to go ahead and get started and resume the meeting. I have been advised that we can now return back to item 10D, Delta 17. This was a previous late on the table item that was pulled from the consent agenda. I'll just read the title here. It's an unnumbered AM submitted from the mayor, supplementary grant to Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, AHFC, for the purpose of providing housing stability services in the amount of $3,393,180. There is a motion to postpone to a time certain on the floor, and it was seconded. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would rescind the motion to postpone.
Does the second concur?
Yes.
Okay, the motion to postpone has been rescinded, and I believe we have now a motion to approve on the floor.
Yes, that's my understanding, Madam Chair.
Let me confirm that. So there's a motion to approve that's on the floor. It was moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After consultation with Mr. Baker and getting a little bit more information about the timing of this, these funds do need to move out of the municipality towards some form of distribution. Otherwise, we do run the risk of Treasury ultimately looking to pull these funds back. We've had these since January 2021. So to that end, and consistent with the facilitated mass care exit strategy, I offer an amendment. On line 22, it would then read, enter into an amendment to the grant agreement consistent with the adopted mass care exit strategy as adopted in AR 2021-350.
Second.
The amendment has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. And we'll just give a moment here for the clerk to get that amendment. And can we repeat it? That would be great. And would you repeat the amendment, Ms. Zalatel, and then if you want to speak to it?
Sure, of course, Madam Chair. On line 22, after the word agreement, it would read consistent with the adopted mass care exit strategy as adopted in AR 2021-350. What this will do, it will take care of the need to get these funds into an agency that can distribute them. Housing stability funds, as I mentioned earlier, have a wide range of uses. One of those uses can be to master lease housing opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness. So if we are able to acquire a property, one of the ways we can help cover part of the operating dollars is to master lease a number of the units. The really great opportunity there is that it would come with case management and the opportunity for those folks to be in leases. So it is housing. And as we get to the other item tonight, you'll see that there's effort to move forward a workforce housing and permanent supportive housing project. So this is all pieces to the plan. I think it's really great. These funds are the municipal funds, but the other good news is that the state has similar funds to the same end. And so perhaps we even have an opportunity to leverage those additional dollars that are on a statewide basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Do members have any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. That would insert language after the word agreement on line 22 to state, consistent with the adopted mass care exit strategy as adopted in AR 2021-350.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve unnumbered AM 2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 10D17 passes 11-0. That concludes our consent agenda. We will now take up unfinished business and any unfinished action on public hearing items, starting with 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 644-2021 as amended, Municipal Airports Aviation Advisory Commission appointments. This item was amended and approved at the meeting of November 9, 2021. Reconsideration passed at the meeting of November 23, 2021, and action was postponed from that same meeting. The prevailing vote to reconsider brings the previous question back before us, so there is a motion to approve on the floor.
Yeah, I definitely have a question.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Ms. Simboski. We haven't had a chance to deal with this yet. Did you figure this out by chance with the folks from the Airmen's Association?
We did, and if you would indulge me, I'll have Mr. Wilbanks kind of give you a brief on the status of that and our path forward.
Yeah, through the chair. We've had open dialogue with the Airmen's Association in the last few days, specifically regarding this seat. We've established with them an understanding that this seat and Mr. Zirkle is going to be filling a capacity as a member of the Airmen's Association, and just reaffirming that this is a member of and not a representative of the Airmen's Association. Additionally, we've also worked with the Airmen's Association, and they concur with the administration, and we'd like to proceed forward with a potential code change to remove that requirement from that seat and change into something else regarding aviation. So that's where we're at with it.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, Mr. Constant, just so everybody's aware on the record, so if you have a better idea, we're willing to partner with you. The thought was, in the code, when we bring forward that code change, we would make it a member of the general aviation community. So it doesn't have to be a member of the Airmen's Association. Maybe it's a member of the Civil Air Patrol. Maybe it's a member of some other flying organization. But that was kind of the concept we were going forward with.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Mr. Constant, did you have any follow-up?
Yeah, I think that then this is right for passage.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 644-2021 as amended.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 11A passes 11-0. Next, we have item 11B before us, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 712-2021, Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board appointments. A motion to approve is on the floor. Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because the work session was canceled yesterday, I'm going to move to postpone this one more time to our next meeting, December 21st.
Second.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of December 21st has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant.
May I comment on that, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So, although I wanted to get this board going a while ago, I think it's way more important that we get this right and critically vet the appointments to this brand new commission. We can only do that through a work session, and I know that the administration and assembly leadership are working on getting that on our calendar for this week or next week. So definitely looking forward to voting on this on December 21st and getting things going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And let me just add, thank you to Mr. Wilbanks for coordinating on the schedule. The work session has been scheduled for Thursday, December 9 at 11 a.m. via Teams. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 712-2021 to the meeting of December 21st.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 11B passes 11-0. Next, we have item 11C, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 767-2021, Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission appointments, accompanied by AIM 212-2021. Action was postponed from the meeting of November 23rd, 2021. There is no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. A motion to approve is on the floor by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to speak to the motion?
We've got 11C and also 11D, which look quite a lot alike. Are they identical?
They are not identical. Before I go next to Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you.
Could you clarify?
11D is the previous item that was submitted and that was a bit out of balance with the appointees and their professional requirements as relates to the code. And so 11C is kind of the substitute, and they just both are in the continued items because we haven't had a chance to get through them. So we would just be moving the one. The other one would be postponed indefinitely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and I'll just thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Confirm with Ms. Demboski that that is your understanding as well. Ms. Demboski is shaking her head yes. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I had those reversed. I thought that D was the item that we were going forward and C was the one to be postponed because that's usually how we order things. But if it's the opposite, then these questions still apply. I have a couple of questions on here. So one is, so at the end of the 11C packet, there's an informational memorandum with a couple of different points there. And, oh, sorry, I need to pull up the code. So the first is a question for the administration. So seat 3, this seat is designated for a resident of Eagle River-Chugiak area. So my reading of the code, it states that at least one person shall be from the Eagle River-Chugiak area and at least one person from the Girdwood area. But the code doesn't establish a Girdwood or a Eagle River seat. And then Mr. Flynn is identified here as being from Eagle River-Chugiak in seat 1. So I guess it's a little bit of a comment, but I'd also like to hear your thoughts on it. I don't think you're actually bound to for seat 3 to appoint someone from Eagle River-Chugiak.
Yeah, through the chair. So the seat numbers and the seat qualifications are really administrative in nature. So I guess I'm a little bit confused by the question as you're asking. So Mr. Flynn, on the AIM we submitted 212 doesn't necessarily state that they are from Eagle River.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily state that they are from Eagle River on the AIM 212, so I'm a bit confused as to what you're referencing.
Well, I think it does, unless I'm misreading it. Underneath, there's a parenthetical under Brian Flynn that states Eagle River.
Through the chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, just 1 second. Through the chair, could you repeat the question then, Member Dunbar?
So I'm just confirming seat 1, Brian Flynn, is from Eagle River. And if so, then seat 3, which you reference in the informational memorandum as being designated for Eagle River Chugiak, doesn't have to be designated for Eagle River Chugiak, correct?
That would be correct in this case. Looks like there's an error.
Okay. And C3 isn't being confirmed, so that when you bring someone back, you're not bound to have them be from Eagle River Chugiak, which, fine, I just want to make sure I was reading the code correctly. The second question, so reading through the informational memorandum, okay, so Mr. Hansen, Ms. Warfield, and Mr. Flynn are all identified as realtors, and the code prevents us from having more than 3 people who have professional interests in acquisition, financing, or development of private real property within the municipality. So those 3 cover that. But in the informational memorandum, it states Mr. Brett Wilbanks, he is not a professional general contracting. I assume you mean contractor. But if you look at his resume, it states his 3rd bullet is general contractor self-employed. And then it says oversaw the construction and development of a 4-plex. So I guess I'd like to hear an explanation for that discrepancy. His resume says he's a contractor, and the information memorandum says he isn't a contractor.
Yeah, through the chair. He does not have a professional contracting license. He is a self-employed, does his own contracting for personal projects and private projects, but does not have a professional interest in development or contracting. So he does not fulfill that.
A quick point of order.
Mr. Constant?
Yes, I think it would be wise to have someone else speak to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to be very clear. Mr. Wilbanks is not a general contractor. He's not licensed. What he put on his resume was for his own private projects. So his projects, he had an ownership. It was for his own thing. He was just demonstrating that he's done his own projects, but he is not a professional licensed general contractor.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to hear from legal about code 4.60.200A. You know, it states no more than 3 members shall have professional interests in acquisition, financing, or development of private real property within the municipality. Does that mean you must be a sort of a professional licensed contractor? I see we don't have our attorney here, but perhaps Muni Legal could provide that analysis if possible, the sort of exegesis of that part of the 4.60.200A. Which is the provision laying out the Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission's requirements.
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. I'm sorry, Assemblymember Dunbar. I was upstairs talking with Mr. Baker. Can you repeat the question? I'm late to this conversation.
Yeah, so in 4.60.200A, it states that no more than 3 members shall have a professional interest in acquisition, financing, or development of private real property within the municipality. And, you know, the administration is making the argument that though he lists himself as a general contractor, because he's not a licensed general contractor, that means he doesn't have a professional interest. And I'm sort of trying to figure out if that is if that's correct, basically. I'm trying to figure out if we're following the statute. mean, it's clearly a commercial interest in the...
Do you want me to text him?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, Assemblymember Dunbar, as I read the resume, I think it just illustrates that he's worked on his own private project as a contractor. Not a licensed contractor, just that he worked on his own property. So
Yeah, I guess I would point to the resume and state that he developed a fourplex in Girdwood. He also oversaw the construction as a general contractor on the site for 4 portable buildings for Rika Shula. I don't know if that's the same project, but if that's the case, I'd be surprised to find out that he worked as a general contractor for Rika Shula without a license, unless the idea was that he had one and then he's relinquished it.
Mr. Dunbar, Rika Shula is a German immersion school, and it was my understanding that he was a volunteer. He was not paid. He volunteered to help the school when they were building that project. He is not a professional licensed general contractor.
Yeah, through the chair, this is Patrick Burke again, and I apologize, I'm tracking now. I mean, I guess that depends on what your definition of professional interest in development is, and I think what you're hearing from the administration is that based on our interpretation of that, the definition of professional interest that Mr. Wilbanks does not or has not.
Yeah, I understand that is the administration's interpretation. I mean, again, at the top of the resume, it says 15 years of general contractor development experience. So I just don't, I feel like we have a legal argument here that we need to resolve. And I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other, but I'm not quite persuaded by the idea that just because he doesn't hold a license, it means he can't satisfy this.
Mr. Dunbar, maybe if we look at this from a different perspective, I can help. If you look July 2014 to present, Mr. Wilbanks works for Polar Marine Alaska. If you look at that, now I know he's saying general contractor July 2006 to present, but if we search the Alaska CBPL database right now, we'll find he does not have a license. He's not a licensed general contractor. But Miss Oswald used to be a professional real estate person. She's relinquished her license. She no longer has that interest. So I guess from the administration's perspective, what we're trying to say is, though he may have acted in those capacities, whether as a volunteer or on his own projects in the past, he's not a professional licensed general contractor. He's not operating in that capacity now. And I'm trying to say it's our view that he, even though he's volunteered for those things in the past, he's no longer doing them. So we think he does fit, and he doesn't represent one of those 3 that currently sit on the board that have those professional interests. I don't know if that helps you, but that's how we looked at it.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. And Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Gates is here, and so would you like to pose the question to Mr. Gates?
I think I'd let my colleagues in the queue go through first.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
I think that the question turns on time. And so I think, Ms. Demboski, you kind of came to the point, and the question that I have is like, within the last 12 or 24 months, or now, does this individual have general contracting work that he's doing for a third party? And if that question is answered no, I think we get to a point where it's reasonable to define the question term professional differently than one might otherwise. And so that's really the question for me, is like, within the last 12 to 24 months, has this individual done professional contracting work for a third party And it appears the answer is no.
I'm being told the answer is no.
Right. And so to me, that's because when we talk about conflicts, we tend to give people a window of time, and a conflict absolves or resolves after time has passed. And so I think that that's at least generally the direction my appraisal goes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think part of it is, too, we're looking at folks that have experience, and they're stating this on their resumes. And I want to make sure that when individuals are coming up for these boards and the commissions, that we're recognizing this is experience, not necessarily a conflict of interest at this point. Because I know that Ms. Domboski already said that Ms. Oswald, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Domboski, doesn't have a license anymore. So we are still looking at people with experience, and we've been harping on that as a body, and we should. And I just want to make sure that experience isn't being misconstrued as a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think anyone's mentioned conflict of interest yet. There's just very specific requirements of the statute. And the statute says, oh, you did, I apologize. This shows, I should pay closer attention to Mr. Constant. But no, so I actually have a separate question for the administration, Mr. Wilbanks or Ms. Domboski. So in the initial item, 11D, Scott Myers was replacing Vicky Gherkin. I understand you're not advancing Scott Myers anymore. So my question is Vicky Gherkin still on the board? Is there anyone else on this board, the other remaining folks, and did they potentially have any of these kind of experiences that might run afoul of the statute?
Through the chair, Member Dunbar, no. So we did a check with that to ensure that after all of these, or if all of these appointees do pass, that there would only be 3 members in compliance with the code section.
So Ms. Gherkin is still on the board, or are the other 2 positions going to be vacant after this action?
The seat would be vacant. So through the chair, to clarify, she would not be on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. So professional interest is not defined in code, and I think we would go to the common use or definition in Webster's. So it's just relating to or belonging to a profession or engage in a specified activity as one main paid occupation rather than a pastime. And I think what we're saying is that contracting has been a pastime of Mr. Wilbanks. He has never been paid to do that, nor does he belong to a profession.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, and I just want to be really clear that I wasn't suggesting that anybody had a conflict. I was just using that section of our process to help illustrate something. So I don't want anyone to construe that that's what I did with my words, because that's not what occurred in this room. Both of those. Oh. Forrest, back in the queue.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what Mr. Burke said. I am concerned that we are violating the statute. And again, it's not a slight on any of the people on this list who I think could do a great job, but I don't quite buy that explanation, and for that reason I'll be voting no. But I suspect that this has plenty of votes to pass. I just want to sort of put it on the record that I don't think we are properly following that statute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. After much conversation today, I'm going to take this a different way, just onto some technical elements of the memorandum and the AIM documents. And I'm going to, on this item and a number of other items, make some amendments to take out some language that is superfluous and maybe even confusing. I'm at least going to propose that to the members. And so for this item, previously I had intended before this conversation started to start by postponing indefinitely the AIM document, but it's clear that the AIM document has a lot of value to the conversation. So on advice of leadership, instead of moving to postpone the AIM indefinitely. Instead, I'm going to make a motion to delete on the AIM lines 7 through 20, which is just a description of the function of the committee. And then once this is done, we're going to move back and do the same thing for the memorandum.
So a motion to amend AIM 212-2021 to strike lines 7 through 20 has been made by Mr. Constant. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So these language sections aren't taken out of code. They're kind of interpretations of the code and functions. And it was discussed on this item and a few others that there are subtle differences, whether intentional or just because writers are, you know, as a writer myself, I know this happens. We interpret things. They don't quite capture the work. And so rather than trying to wordsmith this, it doesn't have any effect. If we just take that language out, it still allows the appointments to occur, and it cleans up the language so it doesn't create any unintentional concerns related to it. So I would ask the members just to support the deletion of that language.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel on the amendment.
Thank you, and I appreciate the explanation for the amendment. I guess first I would like to thank the administration for actually including the descriptor, because it is something I had requested to provide context to this work, not only for ourselves but for the public, so that they were aware of what the particular board or commission was doing. If there are a few things that the mover could point out that seem to be inconsistent, that would be helpful context. We don't have to do it on each one, but overall, this was something that had been requested. Thanks.
So on this item, I don't have a specific, this one is one that is just in the general principle of we need to be careful that the language matches the actual function. In a moment when we're kind of on to other matters, I can share with you a more specific one that's not before us yet.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, any follow-up? Seeing no other members in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment to AIM 212-2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 9-2. So we are now back on the main motion to approve AM 767-2021. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I would make the same motion to amend 767-2021, removing lines 8 through 21.
Is there a second? A motion has been made to amend AM 767-2021 by striking lines 8 through 21. It has been moved by Mr. Constant. Is there a second?
Yes, you are.
Nobody's seconding?
And the gavel.
Ms. LaFrance?
Second.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Constant?
It's for the same reason. It's just simply making sure that the language is, it's either really accurate or not there. And the problem in the general sense is that we don't have staff to go through and review the language with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that there's no incidental issues that might create the perception of problems in the future. And so the intent, and I'm not sure how we get there with Ms. Salatel's wise request to have language that points out what their duties are, but at the same time not creating more issues going forward. And so I would ask for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 767, 2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Point of information, Madam Chair. Is this the amendment that we're voting on? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Yes, the amendment to AM 767-2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 7-4. We now have the main motion on AM 767-2021 as amended before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 767-2021 as amended.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 9-2. We now have before us item 11D, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 660-2021 Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission appointments. There's no motion on the floor. Mr. Constant?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
The motion to postpone indefinitely has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 660-2021 indefinitely.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone indefinitely item 11D passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11E, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 669-2021 Arts Advisory Commission appointments. What is the will of the body? There's no motion pending. This item was postponed from prior meetings, so there's no motion on the floor.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, may I ask a question to the administration?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. I'm just curious, I know we talked a bit maybe a month or so ago about family members, et cetera, and I feel sufficiently informed on that, but I've noticed that several of the folks proposed here are actually staff members, and I guess my question is, since that takes a seat from someone who could be a member of the public serving on that commission or board, why wouldn't that staffer just staff the meeting rather than serving in one of those seats? And I think that's an issue in this and maybe one of the new Houseless Lived Experience board as well. So if someone could answer that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zembowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, sorry. Part of the reason we have appointees, whether they're staff members, whether they're, maybe a spouse of a mayor or an assembly member. It's because all citizens share a unique experience, and some are more passionate about others than, or some issues than others. I think Mr. Rivera spoke eloquently about his time and service on boards and commissions while he worked for Mayor Berkowitz. So the goal is just to align talented people that are passionate about the topic, and we just don't discriminate against staff members who want to serve also. With the houseless lived experience, I think there's a 9-member board, and I think we have 5 members coming forward. So there's still 4 more seats that we could appoint. So we are still soliciting names for that, if I recall. Maybe I have my numbers wrong, and I'm mixing this up with another commission, but we still encourage everybody to apply if they want to serve. We will find a spot for them.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you have any follow-up?
No, I appreciate that, and it's reminding me that I think that Mr. Rivera brought that up in the work session that I missed and was unable to listen to because the recording was missing for a while. So anyway, thank you for reminding me, and I'm sorry for taking the time.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Rivera, what is your question?
Yeah, so is the motion to approve the A version?
We have 2 versions.
Is that what we have on the floor?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I don't think that's...
I did not specify.
So I guess if we could just clarify with the mover, and I'm the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Well, the mover
And-
was not aware of the A verse.
I had Mr. Constant. Is that not correct? Yeah, Mr. Constant.
Okay, so Mr. Constant,
The A version.
so you're good with it, and Mr. Rivera is the seconder and good with it, so we're good. Okay, so to clarify, we have AM 669-2021A before us with a motion to approve. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve 669-2021A.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Item 11E passes 11-0. Next, we have item 11F, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 766-2021, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, AERC appointment. Erica Johnson. Action was postponed from the meeting of November 23rd. There is no motion pending on the floor. What is the will of the body? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, for this one, I also make a motion to amend to delete line 6 through 13.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
we spent a good hour today discussing ways to improve this process to make sure that the language matches exactly what it needs to. And so this is probably an area where we can spend some time working with members of the administration to make sure we're in alignment just as a procedure as opposed to in a case-by-case basis. But we didn't get there today. And so I would ask your support on this item and the next one to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. There is an amendment on the floor, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Weddleton, to strike lines 6 through 14, and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
The amendment passes 9-2. We now have the main motion before us to approve AM 766-2021. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11F passes 10-1. We now have before us item 11G, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 770-2021, Anchorage Election Commission appointments. Heather Clopton, Cecilia Donaldson, accompanied by AIM 214-2021. This item was postponed from the meeting of November 23rd, 2021. There is no motion pending on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard, did you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. After reviewing the individuals' resumes, Heather and Cecilia, they're actually very qualified. I've been getting emails by quite a few people in the community that says they're partisan, and I would have to say that anybody who votes in some way is partisan, whether they belong to the Republican
Ms.
Party.
Allard, please refrain from speaking to motive for why people would vote.
Okay, I'm speaking to this AM, and it's a fact that's sitting in front of me. I don't care what everybody else here. I'm talking about the public, not anybody on this dais, Madam Chair.
Please continue.
Okay, so in the emails that I was receiving from the community, they clearly stated that the individuals that were recommended by the mayor's office were partisan. It was written in their emails. So everybody that is affiliated to some organization is partisan in some way or another. And I would encourage the body to vote these individuals through. Let's get our boards filled and our commissions filled and move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
We did get a number of emails over the last couple of weeks regarding the two appointees here, and I suspect a lot of it is correct. They're not, they come in somewhat oppositional to much of what the election system is currently, and have challenged it previously, and that can be perceived as a problem. But at these boards and commissions are advisory typically, and for me, in my experience in these things, is it's the best level to beat all the controversy out of something. And you really do want a variety of viewpoints, people pro and against, and just look at what we're doing and beat them up at that level, and then move them forward as advice to the assembly or whatever the next step is. And so having people on there who come in, kind of antagonistic to what's there can actually be beneficial to the process if you have enough people, an open discussion, an honest discussion on these commissions. So it's not necessarily a problem that they want to go in there kind of agreeing with what has been done previously. So I actually support people who will challenge the system in there. And I've also found when I've been on boards and commissions and I've come in with a certain viewpoint and I start to learn about things, the way things work, I change my views and come around and understand them better, and it all works better. So, to the people who have challenged these appointees, you could be 100% right, and also that could mean that they would be good to be on this commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Weddleton spoke about advisory commissions, and certainly there are many policy advisory commissions. My understanding is this commission is not just advisory, and that they have responsibility for adjudicating ballots in certain cases. And so I want to ask the clerk if her or one of her staff is available to speak a little bit about that, about does this commission adjudicate ballots in any case, or what role they play during the actual election?
The easy answer is yes, Mr. Dunbar. The commission does adjudicate both envelopes and ballots.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that does make this an unusual commission in some ways, and one where a certain level of neutrality and experience is incredibly important. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Jones, I have a question for you. Do you have any idea if the individuals that are currently sitting on the commission, do you know their party affiliations by any chance?
I do not.
So if we have individuals that are experienced and qualified for the position, then are we saying these individuals aren't qualified based on party affiliation? What is the actual crux of the reason why any member on the body wouldn't approve? I would like members to speak up and just maybe explain what they are so against on these two individuals, because they're clearly qualified. And it brings a balance. We can't all have the same thought process on one single board. That's unfair, and we're trying to be equitable and fair. So if anybody could speak to that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a matter of clarification here. Pat Abney just left this board. She served multiple terms. She was elected to the House as a Democrat. And calling it what it is, she is quite liberal. I'm curious here, serving multiple terms, how many people here voted for Pat Abney? Or are we going because someone is elected to the House or is an elected politician? Because of partisanship, there is no one that's not partisan in this world in politics. That would disqualify every member of the Assembly from serving on this board. So I'm just kind of curious what the standard is. Is it you can't be partisan if you're politically right, but you can be if you're politically left, because clearly that's what this looks like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Mr. Constant?
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to amend this item to delete lines 6 through 12.
Second.
Thank you. For the same reasons as previously stated, I believe that this one and the AIM that's associated with it I'll come to in a minute. Or wise to vote yes on this.
So moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Weddleton, the amendment. Okay. Ms. Zalatil, did you want to speak to the amendment?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in having the opportunity to look this particular commission up at AMC 28-20.060, I do agree with deleting this paragraph because there's, I think, a big omission, and that's with regards to when investigations regarding allegations of election misconduct occurs. It would have to be qualified if requested by the Assembly. So I think part of the middle ground here will be for us to cite the code section in these descriptions. I think that will be key, and maybe just copy and paste the code if it's small enough, or some type of language consistent or in alignment with the code, because I wouldn't want it to be suggested that that qualifier didn't exist due to including this paragraph in the Assembly memorandum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. We are now back to the main motion as amended. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'd make the same motion to amend, but for AM 214-2021, delete lines 6 through 12.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. This is a motion to amend the AIM 214-2021 to strike lines, would you repeat?
6 through 12.
6 through 12.
I don't think we need to.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to AIM 214-2021.
Sorry. Did you know what? I suspect you could ask if they'll tell you which seat it is, and we can make another amendment. Oh, but because I thought that's what you were going to do. Okay. Yeah.
Chair?
Just a second, sorry, I got a little behind on the system. Okay, we're ready to vote, is that correct?
Members may proceed to vote on the amendment to AIM 214-2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We are now back to the main motion to approve AM 770-2021 as amended, accompanied by AIM 214-2021 as amended. We are just addressing a procedural matter related to this item, and we'll be continuing momentarily.
It wasn't attached in the...
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'm not sure who this question is to over there, but AM 770-2021 appoints Celia Donaldson to seat number 4, and the associated AIM 214-2021 appoints her to seat 2. So it cannot be both. Which one would you prefer it to be?
Through the chair of the administration, we'll go with the AM version.
All right, then I would make a motion to amend AIM 214-2021 from seat 2 to seat 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Allard. Anything further, Mr. Constant?
No.
Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to AIM 214-2021 to make the seat consistent with the AM.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We are now back on the main motion to approve AM 770-2021 as amended, accompanied by AIM 214-2021 as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members...
Madam Chair,
yes,
I believe I was in the queue.
I did not get a text from you. Please go ahead.
Actually, I think you did, and you gave me the thumbs up on it. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? I'm going to support this, and I think the rest of the body should as well. I think what Mr. Weddleton brought up to begin with, just in regards to wanting to have naysayers on the board or on a commission. I will tell you that what we don't want to create is some kind of echo chamber, because that doesn't serve the public well, and it doesn't bring in other perspectives that might help come up with better solutions in the end, whether it's adjudicating a ballot or whether it's developing policy. I will tell you that in my experience on the Anchorage School Board, one of the first things I learned that was quite eye-opening was whenever I would go in there thinking that I knew how a policy was going to be decided or how we were going to vote on something, and I would think, well, yeah, this is the way it is, and everybody will agree, and somebody would bring something up, and I would have to stop and go, wow, I never thought of that. So the idea of having varying perspectives is incredibly important to coming up with a good outcome. So I would hope that rather than trying to make sure that everybody that is being appointed to this commission is all in lockstep with each other and all of the same perspective, I would hope that the body would recognize that there is great value in having people with varying perspectives. And even though it's work, it absolutely will come out with a better product that will benefit the public as a whole. So I hope everyone will go ahead and support these appointments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, and you were correct. You were in the queue. I apologize for missing your text and thumbs-upping it. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received an email that stated that a member of this body was not going to vote for Ms. Complin because she voted for President Trump. So I just want people to vote for the individuals that deserve it and individuals that are willing to work hard and bring maybe a different perspective to things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Can you recognize me?
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick note. My reason for voting against these appointments is based on experience. It is not about any kind of partisan politics, but because of the importance of this board, and as it's been noted out, it's adjudicatory, it is critical that folks who serve on the board have experience. And I will just mention, because her name was brought up, that Ms. Abney, for example, had precinct experience and was very qualified to serve on this board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, you're recognized. You have...
Seeing no other members in the queue, Mayor Bronson, a final comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We mentioned there's two items here. One, people are partisan, so they can't be elected. Now it's experience. I think if we look in the documents, Heather Clopton was also a precinct chair, similar to Pat Abney. So I'm trying to figure what, for future appointments, what's the standard here? I really need to know that for my team to go forward. So if Pat Abney, who I had no problems with, if that's the standard, Heather Clopton is less partisan than Pat Abney, and she's as qualified as Pat Abney. And I think several of you on this board voted for Pat Abney.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 770-2021 as amended, accompanied by AIM 214-2021 as amended.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
That motion fails 4-7. We now have before us item 11H, Information Memorandum Number AIM 195-2021, Rogers Park Community Council Resolution in support of the Anchorage Assembly confirmation of the Municipality of Anchorage Chief Medical Officer. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 195-2021.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to accept passes 11-0. Next, we have item 11I, ordinance number AO 2021-94, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by competitive bid of Heritage Land Bank parcel 1-097, legally described as Lock 5, Block 2, Chugach Park Estates, Plat 72-188, PID 051-471-09, in Chugach Real Estate
Waiver.
Department. Public hearing on this item was closed November 1, 2021. Action was postponed from November 23rd, 2021. There is no motion pending on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Ms. Kennedy and seconded by Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Though this was really relatively disappointing to me, I want to thank my colleagues for allowing for the postponements in order to get a better handle on really what this piece of property is all about and how the community felt about it. But in conversations with real estate, with Parks and Rec, it's just becoming kind of too problematic. There are concerns about liability that the muni may have in terms of trying to hang on to this property and then to use it, allow it to be used for some public access to the Chugach State Park. It would be limited really to the neighborhood. But anyway, it just seemed like it was not going to work from the municipality's perspective, so I hate to let it go. The community hates to see it go and be in private hands, but it looks like that's kind of going to be the way it needs to go. So I appreciate all the conversation that with those that were involved with it, but I will be supporting allowing this to be disposed of by competitive bid. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-94.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11I passes 11-0. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2021-90, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code regarding management authority over meeting premises and other municipal property used by the Assembly, boards, or commissions. Before I open the public hearing, I want to read a note here, clerk's note on the agenda. AO 2021-113S, as amended, was approved by the Assembly on November 10, 2021, because AO 2021-90 is substantially similar to AO 2021-113S. It is the intent of the chair to ask the body to postpone this item indefinitely. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
Dustin Darden. Before this assembly votes to move forward with this, I propose making an amendment by one of the sitting assembly members and a second by one of the assembly members as well, and ultimately a unanimous vote to incorporate language that looks after those who don't have a voice in this matter, to look after those who are segregated, isolated, intimidated, bullied, pressured, coerced, manipulated, deceived, and betrayed. In this ordinance, with your unanimous consent, I request that the amendment be added that looks after those who have no voice to speak, who are in a dark place, helpless, only waiting on direction from people with compassion, with love. In this amendment that I seek a unanimous approval, these people, these humans, just waiting in suspension for a righteous amendment to this proposal that would put them into a place of safety, a place of well-being, a place of assurance. And in an amendment such as this, just like any resolution brought forth, the written word of life can be interjected, and it can't be quashed by darkness, because light overcomes the darkness. So with your unanimous consent, I propose that you add to this that you don't get the jab, in Jesus' name.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, District 6, represented by Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance. So I think what we see here is something that I learned when I was a kid was, you know, somebody comes over, you share your toys, things like that. I think we're getting into the point now where it's like kids fighting over a toy. I really think that's what this is. We see grown-ups that the rest of the city sees, and we keep bickering over something stupid. What I'd like to see is the assembly quit changing the charter to fit their own needs. The charter's been around for how long? As long as the state's been here, right? And yeah, it's been updated, it's been changed a little bit. But I've seen more changes in this charter since I've been back to the state of Alaska than I've ever seen in any city. It's getting ridiculous. So I think that the mayor should have the power over the assembly as they had in the past. So any change to that, I'm against.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
Sherry, I'm in South, and I oppose this ordinance. I am a little incensed that we didn't get a chance to talk about this a few months ago. I'm also a little incensed that it seems like this body has Bronson derangement syndrome. It doesn't matter what comes up, I just see this power grab on every single item. Do you guys just lay awake at nights trying to think of things to put before the assembly? This room is the people's room. This is where we come to be involved in our civic duties. and being engaged in the discussions that come forth. Why do you guys think that you need so much power? Why do you think you can keep people out of the room because they're not doing what you agree with or they don't feel the same that you do? That's not right. That is not representation. It's not constitutional, and it's a bunch of bull hockey. Please stop. Please stop with the overreach and the tyranny. It is not necessary. We need to be talking about things that are much more important than this. Let everyone come freely to these meetings. Let everyone come freely into buildings. Are we seriously talking about this right now? I absolutely say do not, just wipe this off the table. It is unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live.
Christian Harrison. And I think it's Mr. Constant's district that I live in mostly. I apologize for not being fully versed in the matters of the affairs of my community and the city. I'm thankful for all the people that sit at every levels of leadership. I appreciate Mr. Darden's comments as someone that happened to see a flyer at a public place one time that said, "Nothing about us without us." The summer of 2016 or 2017, I realized that there are conversations around tables in rooms that happen at all levels of society, and even my own family has had those, whether they've been in positions of authority and to make these decisions, or just personal positions and how they influence their children or each other, that affect people that don't know, or like Mr. Darden said, are intimidated by this process. These people shouldn't be swept away. And I'm thankful to my mother and my family that encouraged me at a young age to get up and come to microphones and speak, not just on behalf of myself, but on behalf of others. And as somebody that has been marginalized largely by my own choices, but still should never be marginalized, because people are not a throwaway at any level, at any age, at any skill set. And it's up to all of us, especially those in leadership, to stand in the gap and to do so with integrity and with honor, without bias and without the ability to let our interests get in the way of standing in the gap on behalf of others. So again, thank you for the time. I appreciate you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I don't know if it showed up.
Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Oh, I don't know if it's Mr. Harris or Mr. Harrison.
Sir, would you come back, please?
Can I ask you a quick question? Just a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. And it could be too private for you, but how long have you been in Alaska? Were you born and raised here?
I was born here in 1980.
I have never seen you in front of us before, and out of just curiosity, and it's not necessarily on this part, but what's bringing you out to testify?
I didn't come to testify. I just came to show up to life.
And Ms. Allard, do you have
Thank you.
Thank you.
questions on this item? Thank you, sir, for being here. And I just want to repeat to, or call attention for everybody on the agenda, that a similar item has already passed, and it is my intention to ask the body to postpone this item indefinitely after the public hearing is closed.
If I could have one small allowance.
Actually, sir, we do need to move on with the public testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank Thank you.
Thank
But we can catch you at the break, okay? You'll be around? Okay, thanks. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live.
Hi, my name is Katie Begley. I'm in District 3.
Would
I
you
came here tonight.
Closer to the mic, thanks.
I came here tonight to speak on a very specific issue, and I can't tell if this is the issue or not. Could we possibly see the rest of the screen?
That's it for the screen. Normally, the items are in the back and
Okay.
online.
I looked on the counter here when I came in, and the sheets weren't all out. I do see that they're there now, so I'll go again and see on the back wall or on the counter.
Mr. Turner is going to get a copy for you.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much. I think my item might actually be coming up later. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of municipality in which you live.
Hi, my name is Francesca Allegrezza. I know that 113 was passed, and it was brought up very late at night by an assembly member, and we had already had 90, and a lot of people had wanted to testify on 90, but we reintroduced the same bill under a different number, and a lot of people didn't know about it to testify. So it was during 90, 91, and 92 were supposed to be all together for testimonies. It was the height of October when everybody was testifying on the mask mandate, and there was many, many people here filling this whole room who would have testified on 90. And you canceled that meeting and didn't allow the people to testify on 90. And we changed it to 113 later, and people weren't aware that it was basically the same ordinance, just a new number, and people were here to testify for 90 during that time. And it's disappointing that you changed a number to confuse a lot of people to not testify on this when they had the opportunity, but you ended the testimonies for the mask mandates. You didn't want to hear the public anymore. And it was full of people. This whole room was full for days and days of people waiting to testify on this one as well. And you stopped it. And then you reintroduced it as a new bill. It was pretty shady. People didn't get to testify on it. And now you're going to put it here to postpone indefinitely because you have to close it out. But people were here for days to also testify on this, but you stopped the public while it was full. And it's pretty disappointing because people didn't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I'll save my vote till the end, keep you in intrigue and on the edge of your seats. So I'd like to say that through the chair, I'd like to make an amendment to this that we need to rename it. It needs to be called the First Amendment Death Ordinance. Death to the First Amendment, death to the Constitution. It could also be called the futile attempts by the petty chair LaFrance to jail Niall Sherwood Williams. That could also be what it's called. See, what you're clarifying here through the chair is because we the people actually control this assembly chambers. Through the chair, not you, Miss LaFrance. Through the chair, not anybody else. It's we the people. This is our assembly chambers. We control the meeting. We control the management. We control the freedom of the speech. We control the right to peaceably assemble. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing light to the fact that you are a petty little tyrant who seeks to wage warfare on the freedom of speech of every Anchorage citizen. And by the way, there's a reason why the First Amendment is number one.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Miss AQD.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr. Williams. Could you please ask the speaker not to make direct attacks against the chair?
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Williams, Please do refrain from personal attacks. Thank you.
See, through the chair, when I'm speaking to the effect on the community, I'm not attacking you personally. I'm attacking your decisions as a lawmaker, as an elected official. So when I speak out loudly against your tyrannical actions, I have a right to do so. And so does every other member in this room, by the way. So stop repeatedly censoring me. I disciplined you like a little child at the beginning through the chair, and I'll do it once again.
There's a point of order, Mr. Constant.
I'm trying to search through all of this testimony for its relationship to this ordinance.
I'm having trouble hearing you through your face diaper through the chair.
Mr. Williams, please. This is a warning.
I'm hard of hearing, and there's plastic between me, Madam Chair. I'm having a tough time hearing. Can you please speak up through your face diaper, through the chair, Member Constant?
There's a point of order on the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I'm going to actually change my concern. He has now moved over to me off of you for his personal attacks in this process of this public hearing. This is not open forum. This is a public hearing on this specific item. He's been warned, and at some point, he's going to step across that line.
So is it okay if I remove the barrier then, so I can hear better?
Mr. Williams, you have been warned. No more outbursts. I'm going to...
So I'm not allowed to have a hearing condition
Mr.
in the assembly chambers.
Okay, security, please escort Mr. Williams
I'll be
out.
more than happy to
I have asked you to comply.
Really?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a point of order, please.
Mr. Williams, you have created an actual disruption of the meeting. You have been repeatedly warned. You have been repeatedly warned and have refused to follow the rules and have created an actual disruption.
What are you doing? Get out of my way. I'm going out the emergency exit. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to pause the meeting.
We are going to go ahead and continue the public hearing. Mr. Darden, you are officially warned for making a threat to a security guard. A second issue will result in your removal. Mr. Darden, you are creating an actual... The meeting is recessed, and we'll continue with the public hearing. Let me remind members of the public who testified to please keep your comments pertaining to the item before us. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Janelle Jones, and I'm speaking on this ordinance. You guys are still on that one. I don't see it up on the board.
Sorry.
But it's AO 2021-90.
Correct.
Regarding management authority over meeting premises and other municipal property used by the Assembly Board and Commissions. So I had a few questions. You don't have to answer them right away. And this goes under, because you guys are talking about management authority. Do you have the moral right to rule or dominate another individual against their will? Does anyone have the moral right to rule or dominate you if you don't want them to rule or dominate you? Does anyone have a legitimately higher claim over your life and property than you? Do you have a legitimately higher claim over the life and property of another? Do you have a legitimate right to steal your neighbor's stuff? Does anyone have the legitimate right to steal your stuff? You do not have the right to steal from or harm another person. Can you offer that right to another person or group? I oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
Stanley Porhola, District 6, by Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Weddleton. I oppose this ordinance, and looking at just the whereas from AO number 2021-90 on lines 21 through 24, it says there's a lack of express authority in the Anchorage Municipal Code, and just recognizing the lack of express authority, and looking at this, I consider this a bit of a power grab and unnecessary. I was at the meeting several months ago when this topic came up, when the issue about additional meeting times and meeting on the weekends came up. I felt that it was more of a squabble over resources versus express authority, and just the ability to meet on the weekend, or whoever's running the media at the time need to be addressed in a different way, as opposed to making this long-term change, which obviously there's written in here, there's a long-standing practice and custom that this has been held, and I feel that the chair, regardless of who they are, has the ability to meet here at the library regardless, so I don't feel that this is necessary. And it talks about, the Assembly Chair's powers to make decisions for meeting logistics, setting, and operations that intuitively should be included in a presiding officer's powers and duties, and I feel that that already exists, and this ordinance was unnecessary, both, and that we have two ordinances related to this. I'm not sure how we got there in the last couple of weeks, but I just definitely show my opposition to this, and would like it to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Sir, I have a question. So a few weeks ago, we did pass 2021-13, similar to this, but I wanted to say thank you for coming out to testify, because when the ordinance was passed before, a lot of individuals weren't able to. So thank you for coming out and putting this on record. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live. Welcome. Could you turn on the mic, please? Yellow button? Yes.
Yellow button.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Okay, my name is Kanea and I live here in Anchorage. So is this having to do with the mask ordinance? Okay, so are we not allowed to come to an assembly meeting and talk about things that we might feel that we want to talk about opposed to what you guys want to talk about? Because there's a lot of issues going on here in Anchorage that need to be addressed, and I feel like this is just the least of them. And I also feel like if somebody's talking, they should be able to talk. That isn't a First Amendment right. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony.
Is it on?
And let me note, ma'am, before you start, that at the end of the meeting is final audience participation. It's time permitting in the code, but it is the opportunity for when members of the public may speak on any topic. Otherwise, these items that are scheduled for public hearing are intended to get testimony on these particular pieces of legislation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
My name's Peggy Kirscher, and I'm in District 6. And I also, like Francesca stated earlier, I also was here during the meetings when you guys changed things around and thus renumbered this thing so people weren't here to comment. And I don't normally testify, so I'm really nervous, but you need to understand that I worked for a body for 26 years that we met every other month for 10 days. We had an extreme amount of public comment. I mean, hundreds and more than 200, sometimes on a subject. And I worked for a body that managed the federal water fisheries from 3 to 200 miles. It's an act of Congress under Senator Ted Stevens. And all my years there, I have never seen anything like this. I'm just shocked. Having come from that to coming to this, I'm really sad for all these people that get so upset, because I can see how they do get so upset. I have seen lots of the things out there, emails from you, texts from you, and different people on this body that are downright ugly and rude and disrespectful. And this is why you don't have the respect from most of the public. And then you're trying to shut people out and change things on the fly all the time. Your whole system is so confusing, it's really hard for people to get up to speed to even get to testify on something. And I just know in the body that I worked with, we worked around public testimony. I mean, people flew in from the villages to comment. We worked around them. If we were running behind, we stopped and made time for people to testify. It was just, I just don't understand how I feel so suppressed. I feel that all of the public feels very suppressed. And anyway, I'm retired now, and I'm paying attention, and I'm getting involved, and I'm not going to stand by and watch you do this. And you're crying and complaining about partisan people on a advisory board. Yet look at all of you. You all are partisan. You're all. It's a shame what you're doing to the people of Anchorage. It's terrible, and I want you to know that. So, thanks.
Mr. Weddleton has a question for you, ma'am. Ma'am, Mr. Weddleton has a question for you. Would you come back?
Maybe I'll stray a bit, as sometimes happens. You know, just to a point you made, our routines are confusing. And if you go down the agenda, it's not crystal clear. We have been trying to make it easier for people. And if you go to community.org, click on the big assembly icon, kind of navigate around, and you'll find that there's Assembly 101. And we've got some videos there that show what an ordinance is, what a public hearing is, and so on. And it really is very helpful to kind of get people up to speed. It's not perfect, but it launches you way forward than just coming in here and sitting and trying to figure it out. But most of what we do is code. These are the rules we have to abide by. Each thing that we have to deal with, requires public hearing, we go through this. So it's not, just, you know, and it is confusing, but it's not us making the rules as we go along. They're set before us. So
I don't know about that, but okay.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms.
hear.
Allard?
Thank you. Peggy? Can you tell me what district you're in? What representatives?
I'm in LaFrance and Weddleton's district.
If you want to reach out, I would be more than happy with you and a group of individuals, kind of show you the process.
All right,
like
thank
face
you so
to face.
much.
Yeah,
All
thank
right,
you, Peggy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
Test, test. My name's Christine Schuster, District 3, and I am opposed to the original ordinance. I realize that the ordinance that you're taking testimony on right now is the one that you abandoned. You abandoned that ordinance, and you came up with 113. You all keep doing this stuff, and you're shameless about it. Please listen, because if you don't listen to me, you can't hear me. At least make some eye contact. We are your constituents, and whether we voted for you or not, our voices deserve to be heard. Thank you for not looking at me. Yeah, maybe you'll give me the loser sign.
Ma'am, could you speak to the ordinance, please?
Yes, well, I am speaking to the ordinance. The ordinance is something that you guys have created with your attitudes and your behaviors. That's what I'm speaking to. You guys deliberately got rid of 90 and did 113, just like you got rid of the mask ordinance. All of a sudden, after you had all this room filled with testimony, you all of a sudden decide that you're going to take away the powers of the mayor and do an EO. Wow. You really don't get it. You guys can be voted out. And I'm pretty sure that those of you that are on the left that are coming up for re-election in April, I'm certainly going to help the people that I know do everything I can to make sure somebody else that is reasonable gets re-elected. Again, going back to this, Everything that I'm saying is about this. It's about your behavior and your attitude and the way that you guys do things at the very last minute. I sat here 10:35 one night, and all of a sudden it was over. And I'm like, what did they just do? That is not okay. We are your constituents. You work for us. We voted you in, whether I voted for any of you or not. You guys are accountable to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage. You're not the Supreme Court up there, okay? There might be 9 of you, but you're not the Supreme Court. And really, I am totally disgusted. You all took the same oath to obey the Constitution of the United States, to obey the Alaska State Constitution and the Municipal Charter. Just because you don't like the Municipal Charter, oh, let's just change it. What BS?
Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
Sure, this is Wendy Perkins, and I'm actually in LaFrance's district in, I think, Whittleton. Just because this
Would
gentleman
you
here...
speak closer to the
sorry.
mic, please? Thanks.
I'm just here because I feel like everybody should be heard, and I know that he had one more point, and I just feel like it's right for him to be able to express it. So I would like to defer some of my time for Christian to be able to express one last point.
You know, ma'am, it doesn't work that way, actually.
I figured that you would say that. So anyways, I guess I'll just say this. You know, I know you guys are really trying to do the best you can. I believe that in my heart. And I know a lot of people are really, really upset, you know, and emotional, and everybody handles their emotions differently. But there's a reason why we've seen like a couple scenes now this evening, and that's honestly, that's shameful, like that we've gotten to that point where people are so upset and they don't feel heard. And honestly, I think they represent a lot of our community. And I know you're kind of just like rolling your eyes and like, yeah, like more of the same. I understand, and I'm not trying to put you down. I think that you really are doing the best you can, but we can do better. You know, if we're all hearing each other, we can do better than this. And yeah, all right, I think I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony. Wait a sec, though, please. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you.
Sure.
Sorry, I'll stray from that again. Just because you brought it, it's so important that we listen to what people have to say. And we are structured by code. You got 3 minutes, we move on. You can't share your time, and that's restrictive. But we do have the initial audience participation, which is a short time, but also at the end of our meetings, when we have time, it's open mic. Whatever someone wants to say, Mr. Christian should come up, say any topic he wants. And that's in another woman who spoke earlier too. She wants to talk on any topic, not these boring things. That's totally, we want to hear that. And this is one venue. We also we go to community council meetings. You can call us, you can email us. We're out in the public. So there are lots of opportunities to do it in addition to this. And you can go on at length. So it is important to hear from people, and we try to maximize that. But we are very restricted by kind of the rules of engagement here. So, but thank you for coming, and look at Assembly 101 because it really does help with
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely. I do have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Can I respond to that?
Sure, go ahead. You
Okay.
can respond to Mr. Weddleton.
All right. Well, okay, so this is not about the rules, okay? I'm all for the rules, 3-minute turns or whatever. I just thought he had a really good point, and I wanted him to be able to express himself. Okay, I get it. But why I'm here is not necessarily I'm debating the 3-minute turn. Instead, like the reason why people are upset about this is because people weren't given that opportunity. You know, it's like put through at the wrong time, just like one of the other testimonies. It's almost like, in my heart, I would hope to think that this is not intentional, right? Like you're not intentionally trying to put things through at the last moment of the night so nobody can testify or whatever, but it just kind of feels that way. You know, it seems that way. A lot of things just seem that way. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? It needs to be on this item before us, AO 2021, or 2021-90. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
My name
Sorry,
is Rob.
AO 2021-113S.
My name is Robin Sierra, and I'm from South Anchorage. I'm not comfortable standing up here, but my sister wasn't either, or my other sister, and I just need to say, I have been asleep for too long. I am appalled and ashamed and embarrassed by this assembly. The disrespect you show the people that you work for is appalling to me. You don't make eye contact. You're on your computers, completely dishonoring the people you work for. Okay, I'm almost done. I'm a fourth-generation Alaskan. Like I said, I've been asleep too long. I'm waking up now, and I'm ready to wake a whole bunch of people up with me, because this has got to come to an end. I'm ashamed of you. Sorry, that's the truth.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I didn't catch her name.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Oh,
Ma'am, would you repeat your name, please?
Can you come back up just for a second? Can you say that again?
Robin Sierra?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Robin Sierra.
Could you email me? Because I love it when people are woke and awake.
I'm not the only one. We are waking up. We're not asleep, you guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
The motion to postpone indefinitely has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson.
That gavel banged.
Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AO 2021-90.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 13A indefinitely passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 13B, resolution number AR 2021-324, a resolution adopting the 2022 through 2027 six-year fiscal program, Office of Management and Budget. A first public hearing was held on this item on October 26, 2021. A second public hearing was held November 10, 2021. This is continued from November 10, 2021. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to offer an amendment. I don't have it written down. That is on the very last page, I-41. In the footnotes, under financing sources, the fourth bullet, delete the words tax 150K under the cap all years.
Second, for discussion purposes.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
You know, this, I mean, largely this is, you know, fine projection, and there's a lot of assumptions in there. You have to assume what is interest rates going to be, what are inflation going to be, and things like that. So I appreciate that. This particular one is one that we would have control over, though. It's not some exogenous thing that happens to us. And it kind of, if we accept this, it kind of, I mean, it is just an assumption of what's ahead of us. But I don't want to go with saying that this is something, a rule we will live by, which is in some regards by accepting this report we're doing. And we have not in our current budget that we've adopted, though had vetoes, we did not go underneath the tax cap. So this phrase is inconsistent with what we did as a body when we were doing the budget. So I'm saying, okay, well, we shouldn't be approving something that assumes that we will do that. That work, Ms. Salvatore?
Would you repeat your amendment, Mr. Weddleton?
Sure.
And then we'll go to Ms.
Okay, it
Zolotow.
is on page I-41. In the footnotes, so under the section called financing sources, the fourth bullet, delete the words tax 150K under the cap all years.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We'll go ahead and go through the queue.
Sure.
Ms. Zolotow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand this correctly, it's that we are removing that language because we might tax to the cap, and so making a commitment to stay $150,000 below the cap is inconsistent with what we just did in the amended budget as approved, and we don't want that restriction. You're saying that restriction moving forward would be inconsistent with past budgets. Does that sound accurate?
Well, it is inconsistent with past budgets. It's also inconsistent with the budget we just passed.
Got it. Okay. Given that clarification, I'm a much more firm second, and I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotow. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't oppose the amendment if we are all clear that these long-term plans are sort of a statement of intent from the mayor, and we are accepting it, but we are not confirming this is what we're going to do in every budget. And indeed, we have a very different, well, actually it's not that different. We have a different 6-year plan that was passed last year that is quite different from the one we're passing this year. It's a sort of a broad document, and I don't believe I don't think anyone else went and sort of line by line amended the things they might disagree with in this document. And so I will support this, but I want it clear on the record that doesn't imply that I agree with every other statement in this quite long document, some assumptions of which I might not agree with or believe in. And it does not bind the Assembly. That's the really important thing to stress. The Assembly sets the budget, and this document does not bind us this year or in years in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the 6-year fiscal program.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion to approve AR 2021-324 as amended before us. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. If you look in the packet, there is an AIM associated 213-2021, and it adds that a copy of this document as previously drafted has been prepared and printed, and that the website that the actual resolution refers to might change. The place on the municipal website, the underlying document might be subject to change for various practical reasons or other reasons. And so in the case that something like that occurs, this AM just demonstrates that there's a point in time where this document was recorded.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-324 as amended.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 13B passes 11-0. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to change the order of the day to take up next item 14B, and then 14E, and then 14C, back to 14A.
Second.
Thank you. We're very likely not getting through the public hearing tonight on the 14A, but we do have a few items that we really need to pass. And so I'm asking for your support to change the order.
And who was the second on the motion to Ms. Zalatel? Were you the second? Okay. So moved by Mr. Constant to change the order of the day. And would you confirm, Mr. Constant, that's B, E, C, and then back to A. So 14B, 14E, 14C, and then 14A, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any opposition to the motion to change the order of the day? Seeing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed. We now have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2021-378, a resolution approving a collective bargaining between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters Local 1264, IAFF. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-378.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
We can, but...
Item 14B passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2021-116, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly reappropriating an amount of $6 million as a contribution from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Project SIP Fund 401-800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended, and now reappropriated for expenditures to implement the mass care exit strategy adopted in AR 2021-350.
Waive reading.
Thank you. There is an S version available as well. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please forward and state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live. Welcome.
My name is Andrew Gray, and I live in Campbell Park. I want to testify in support of AO 2021-116, the initial implementation of the mass care exit strategy. The mediated plan between the Assembly and the Mayor's office is a good one. It seems that neither side got everything they wanted, and to me, that is an example of decent compromise. I applaud the good faith efforts on both sides that have resulted in a plan with many worthwhile features, such as the purchase of the Sockeye Hotel for medical convalescence facility and the purchase of the Barrett Hotel for workforce and supportive housing. I have concerns about the $2.8 million funding for building a structure at Elmore and Tudor until we know exactly what the total cost would be to develop that site. How much would it cost to connect with the sewer line, for example? Shouldn't we get the final figures before we pay $2.8 million for something that might be used? Have all the proper studies been completed, such as whether that type of structure is appropriate for this proposed use? It seems like the best use of public funds is to make sure that we do our due diligence before the city agrees to pay for that structure. But I want the city to move forward. There are multiple moving pieces. The whole plan should not be slowed because a few aspects still need study. If to purchase the Sockeye and the Barrett, which would provide housing for 240 clients at a cost of $3.2 million, we also need to explore Tudor and Elmore in earnest, then let's do it. We have a homelessness crisis. We cannot afford to sit on our hands. Thank you to the mayor, especially to his team, Craig Campbell, John Morris, and Larry Baker, for their hours of negotiation and willingness to hear from constituents at a town hall. I hope the new appointees can fill their shoes. Thanks to Christopher Constant, John Weddleton, and Felix Rivera for representing the Assembly and for their hard work. But most of all, thank you to Meg Zolotel for acting as the city's subject matter expert on homelessness and making a huge lift to get Anchorage to this point. Please vote to approve AO 2021-116. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Russ Reno, and the area in which I live is downtown Anchorage. And quite frankly, I haven't been here in a while, but I always make it a point when anything comes up to reappropriating CIP, I have a big problem with any of it. I don't care what the subject is. And the reason I have that is because we've asked for multiple things downtown, and we don't ever seem to get them in the CIP plan, and such as lighting on C Street. The entire city block has no power to it. The improvements we've asked for many times in the streets and the crosswalks. We keep getting promised that stuff. The roads being upgraded. We watch money go to 4th Avenue, go to other projects all the time. So I guess I just wanted to take this opportunity to hopefully encourage you the next time you go through the whole process of listening to the public and listening to the community councils and what they want for their area. And the next time you ask our opinion on stuff, why don't you actually do something along those lines? Because it feels like, just like the lady was saying earlier, I don't necessarily agree with her entire approach of what she was saying or how she was saying it, but she's absolutely correct. We get lost in the minutia of you guys changing the plan every 5 seconds, just like we never know if you're going to put an amendment here on this whole thing here in a couple of seconds and we don't get any public comment. Maybe the amendment totally changes the entire thing you're trying to get across, and now we have no say in it. So a lot of this stuff happens where the public comment is never taken into consideration, and capital improvement projects is constantly being changed and reappropriated and moved around after the fact. And after months of public testimony, hours of people saying what they want to do with certain funds in certain areas and where we wanted those funds placed, and it's just like it's just disregarded. And I'm not necessarily saying that's happened in this exact example, but I'm saying please, when it comes to the capital improvements of downtown Anchorage, especially in my district, I want to see some things done. And right now I only see things done, it seems like a good old boy network's getting taken care of in certain areas of town, and the rest of us are just going without, because we really don't have a voice. We don't get heard. We don't get that opportunity to state our mind, and we sure the hell don't get actually considered when we've asked so many times for these things. Years I've sat on the Downtown Community Council, years I've been a part of the public process, and the same questions I had 10 years ago, the same concerns I had 10 years ago on the Downtown Community Council and working with this with the municipality have gone unheard all this time. And it's all for someone else's agenda on what they want to do with public funds. And I think that's why so many people are so frustrated on so many different levels, because we're not being heard. But I do appreciate all of you today, and I do hope that this goes forward, because I'm sure there's a good reason why. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the part of the municipality in which you live.
Hi, my name is Christian Harrison. I live everywhere in Anchorage. Really, I have. I went to Russian Jack Elementary for kindergarten and first grade, modified primary. Ms. Stepson was my kindergarten teacher. Mr. Keys was my modified primary teacher. I was a Benny Benson kid there for a minute. I was a Covenant House kid for a minute in the end of 1999, and for my junior year, In 1997, I was a walk-on varsity wrestler at West High School, and Dave Block was my debate teacher. The first time that I checked into Brother Francis shelter was 2013. I cried. I cried because I realized one of my daughters had already done that in her life before, and the first time I ever opened a bank account, I was 18 years old, and there was sweat running down my sides as I approached the teller in Palmer, because my mom's side of the family is not from Anchorage. I was just born here because that's where my mom lived when I was born, and I'm Alaska Native in part. I don't know, the last time I was at Brother Francis shelter, I opted to go sleep at Beans Cafe because right across the parking lot was a much different, much safer environment for me, having just been released on misdemeanor bail after I remanded a couple days after my birthday in November 2019. What I saw was shameful inside Brother Francis shelter. And it was almost night and day from 2013 until what I saw there. I was also in the Sullivan Arena for the change in handing over the keys to 99+1 that night. I didn't plan on being there, but like I said, I don't know that I'm as qualified as anybody that sits up here. But I've seen the other side. And I've been in the woods, and I've been in the streets, and I've been a part of an element. What woke me up? My mother died. What woke me up? Every single person in my family withdrew from me because there were people that they didn't know, and they needed to make sure that they were safe, that were following me. Whether this passes or not, we have a community issue. It's a common unity issue, and it's a family issue.
Thank you,
it's
sir.
a family reunification issue. And
Thank you
when
for
you
your
solve that,
testimony.
your money will be better spent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mayor Bronson.
Yeah, sir, we've got a lot of open seats in the Houseless Lived Advisory Board. Would you be willing to sit on that board?
I would be honored, but...
Thank you. Would you be willing to talk to my Chief of Staff? She'll take your contact information. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of the community in which you live.
Stanley Porhola, live in District 6. Susan France and Mr. Weddleton. Also, I find myself in my current life also spending almost half my time living in District 3. And I was born and raised here in Anchorage. Grew up on the hillside, went to public schools, attended University of Alaska Fairbanks for my bachelor's and master's degree here at UAA. And this specific issue with this mass care exit strategy out of the Sullivan Arena, I grew up going to Anchorage Bucks baseball games with my father at Mulcahy Stadium, and I used to shag foul balls all the time, and I made a thing with my youngest son to go do that starting in 2018. And this summer when I was out there at some Bucks and Pilots games, because frankly I like to support the city of Anchorage regardless, but I was out there, and my daughter went to go look for me. She's 16 years old, and when she went to go look for me, she witnessed a stabbing. And I was like, you know what? I've never seen a stabbing the entire time I was going to Anchorage Bucks baseball games, the entire time of my life when I was growing up as a kid. But I recognized the issue with all the people from the Sullivan Arena that were migrating in and around in the woods, asking for free tickets, asking for popcorn, talking to kids, camping out in the woods there on 16th Avenue. It became more and more evident the entire season that this was an issue that Sullivan Arena was not being used properly. At least the people that were there were causing a disturbance for those around. around. And it became a frequent thing that every day, almost at every single game, here comes the ambulance. Something's going on, some disturbance, whatever it was. And I just kept getting distracted by it, getting frustrated by it, and found myself definitely wanting to get involved with this homeless situation, because having to see a former sports arena, event center being used, and then people causing all kinds of problems, and it just frequently, I'm thankful that they at least are able to get out of the weather and get out of the cold, but this utilization of this facility has unintended consequences, and I'm thankful that at least there'll be some money hopefully used for something more apt, because also my oldest son has also been involved being homeless for a short brief time, and it's not a place to be fun to be homeless here in Alaska. Most people, when I talk with them about being homeless, they live outside the state. They go, why would anybody want to be homeless in Alaska? And I say, exactly. It'd be a better situation living in California or Hawaii than here in Alaska. But this mass care exit strategy, I think, needs to be reevaluated, especially when it comes to the Alaska Airlines Center. When the start of COVID back in March and April 2020 was utilized for being changed by the Corps of Engineers. They spent a bunch of money and they only had a couple hundred beds. So we have definitely a big issue to be resolved here, and lots of resources to go out there. I'm open to as much can be done to help fix this problem, knowing that that's not a single solution, but I am in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the muni in which you live.
Hello, Irene Queednow, District 3. I am glad you found a compromise. I'm in favor of using these funds. It's been a hard work, but I also am still and I'm all for accountability. You know me, I want transparency. I have asked you for transparency. We need to have the mayor be transparent, but I'm still flabbergasted that the people who are asking the mayor to be transparent in terms of the Elmore Tudor facility, where were you when this assembly spent over $9 million just to purchase the Golden Lion? Where were you when they were planning to purchase the Alaska Club for over $9 million? Then they decided it was too expensive and they were going to buy it for the bargain price of $5.some million when the assessed value is 2.6. Why did you not ask those questions at that time? Why is it just the mayor that gets badgered for transparency? And when the assembly spent millions and millions of dollars, you were not here to ask them for transparency, which they didn't give at the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the muni in which you live.
Roger Branson, District 2, longtime mental health advocate and an advocate for folks caught up in homelessness as well as corrections and recovery, behavioral health issues. I am in support of 2021-116, and I reading between the lines, it would appear that you guys are leveraging a significant amount of private funds in this, and I just want to say that I'm very thankful to see this coming to the table. I'm very thankful to see the collaboration, the cooperation, and the coordination. And somehow, as a community, we are going to get through this. We are going to come back better. We are going to come back stronger, not just from the pandemic, but from resolving this homeless issue. And I just really applaud all the work the Assembly's done, as well as the Mayor's office in this, and it is significant, and we'll get through this together. So God bless, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Do we have we have one person to call? Thank you, Mr. Turner.
No, she's not. She has to take her name off the list.
Actually, she asked we take her name off the list. Thank you. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. Before we move on to take action, Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like previous items dealing with homelessness, I'd like to declare potential conflict and go through the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. I will go through the questions to determine if Member Zelatel has a substantial financial or private interest in this matter before the Assembly. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
No.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
It's dependent on factors beyond the official action.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
No.
Are there other factors under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of the action that may be appropriate to consider?
My role as interim executive director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, there's no direct nexus between this appropriation and that organization.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. It is the ruling of the chair that Ms. Zelatel does not have a substantial financial or private interest in this matter before the Assembly. Mr. Dunbar, are you in the queue? For the main, okay.
We have to get a motion on the floor.
Right. To speak to the motion or? Okay.
Move.
Mr. Constant?
I would move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Perez-Valdez or Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
So I believe that an incredible amount of labor, and I mean labor, has gone into the crafting of the documents and the opportunity that comes before us now. The funding that we appropriate draws substantial private investment, millions and millions of dollars that will help us drive this conversation, this question right to the heart of the answer to the question everyone's been asking for years, and that's what are we going to do? How are we going to house all these people? And the answer is laid out very clearly in this appropriation document. And so I'm not going to speak long on this at this point, but I might speak shortly when amendments are proposed. I would ask folks to support this appropriation moving through cleanly as drafted, or as close there as we can get it, because it is the product of a negotiated process, and there is a time sensitivity to the passage of this item, because an investor has proposed to allocate $2 million of funding that they have that expires in their coffers very soon. And so if we don't pass this tonight in a form that is acceptable to all parties, we lose that opportunity, and $2 million goes a long ways to getting people off the streets and out of the mass care centers. So I urge your support, and after others have spoken, I may take the opportunity to speak about amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the work done by the administration and by the our three colleagues in this facilitated process. As has always been understood, the three members don't speak for the body as a whole. They have subject matter expertise. They can try to communicate what they think the rest of us are feeling, certainly. But because of the Open Meetings Act and because of our own independence as representatives of our district, they don't bind us. In this case, we received the ordinance a while ago, but we didn't receive the attached AIM laying out what the money actually did until very recently, just a few days ago. And then we received an S version tonight. And I'll note that there are some differences, I think, between the AIM and the S version. Namely, the AIM doesn't mention I don't believe it mentions the community foundation that's going to be the main vehicle. And because of that, there are a number of amendments in your packet that were for the original version that I've been sort of furiously working on for the last 2 days, not knowing that an S version would be coming out today. And so my amendments to the S version aren't even ready yet. But I can speak to what they are going to be about, and hopefully they can get drafted and distributed pretty soon. I do think that this plan has a lot of merit to it, particularly the facility for medical convalescence and the facility for workforce housing. However, in speaking with members of my community, and you guys have received, I know, an email from the University Area Community Council where this is going to be located, the third point, or very near to there. It's there in Campbell Park. And a number of other constituents have reached out to me about this issue. What is being proposed here is a 200-bed facility with 130-bed surge capacity. But my understanding is that the initial design is to plummet for 330. So really what you're creating is a 330-bed facility at Tudor and Elmore, which is a facility more than twice the size that our code authorizes without a waiver for a homeless shelter. So for the gentleman who spoke about the problems down by the Sullivan Arena, I totally agree. And a lot of those are caused by the size of the facility. We have a lot of evidence that above either 150 or 200 beds, you see a lot of pathologies developing in these areas. It's very difficult to minimize neighborhood impact when you have one mega shelter. And this, as it's written now, will create a mega shelter on the Campbell Creek Trail at Tudor and Elmore. And so a lot of the problems we see on the Chester Creek Trail will be transported to the Campbell Creek Trail. And that is why a number of people are very concerned about this version of this proposal. The other significant challenge is that when we initially saw this navigation center at that site, the number was about $12 million. Then there were estimates of $20 million, even $40 million. Some other communities have spent $100 million on these kind of facilities. Usually not, actually the size can be comparable to this in some cases. What we have here is a $2.8 million allocation for design or design build. My understanding of speaking with folks is that $800,000 of that is for design, which I am not opposed to. I think $800,000 of design, well determined, will help us get to a realistic number for what it will cost to build at this site. I don't think it will be $2 million. But if you manufacture a $2 million tent, but you don't spend the $4 million we know it's going to cost to move the evidence lot, and you don't spend however many millions of dollars it's going to cost to plumb and run the utilities and do any other kind of site prep, and it costs anywhere near $12 or $20 million, we'll have a $2 million tent with nowhere to place it. So that doesn't make really any sense. So I have a couple of amendments here, and again, one of them isn't ready to go yet. There are people in the queue, so I'll let them speak, and hopefully by the time we've gone through there, I'll have my second amendment ready to go. My intent is to do one of two things. Either limit the design build to a 175-bed facility, which members of the community have stated they would be willing to support. Some members, not all. Many people don't want a site at all, but 175 seems much more reasonable without the surge capacity, 175 being what we actually build the facility for. So that's one thing. And then the other is perhaps limiting it to just design, not design build. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And just to be clear, you will be officially bringing those amendments forward later during debate.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Weddleton.
Well, a question to Mr. Dunbar. I've got what looks like 3 amendments from you, and all of them refer to an S version. I mean, one is, well, we have 2 that are parallel. One is for the...
Just quick point of order. I don't believe Mr. Dunbar can hear you right now, so...
Beg your pardon?
I don't think he can hear you right now, so if your questions are for him...
Okay, I guess I trust that he's not ready, but I see 3 amendments and 3 of them say S version.
They say S version, but I think that's a miscommunication between myself and Mr. Gates because it's adding a section 3 that applies to the previous version. I do think one has been distributed. The one that limits it to 175-bed facility is clearly for the S version. So here's another thing I'm going to say. I intend to amend both the ordinance and the AIM, and I know it's unusual to amend an AIM, but I think it's, if the ordinance passes, I think it is unwise for us to have an AIM that conflicts with it. And so I believe I have only the amendment for the AIM right now, which reference to the 175. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
We're going to take a couple minutes here to sort out the amendments. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here. If folks would please take their seats, and I'll go first to Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight, please.
Second.
I heard this.
The motion to extend to midnight has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, we are extended until midnight. I will go through the queue. We left off with Mr. Weddleton. You had some questions for Mr. Dunbar, which I believe may have been addressed. Did you have anything further?
Yeah, it looks like he sorted things out. We're on track there.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess it's sort of specific to Mr. Dunbar's amendments, just sort of a series of questions that I'd like to ask both sides of the facilitating group. And I think there was some mention earlier during public testimony that I may be a part of that facilitation group, and I am not. I think there were some Open Meetings Act issues that prevented me from joining that group once Ms. Zolotel left. Specific to the Tudor-Nelmore site, if I could hear from both sides of the facilitation, please. Why 200? Why was that sort of the number that was that we ended up at? On surge capacity, has there been any discussion or thought on what it looks like to spread surge capacity rather than put all of the surge capacity in one location, if that's sort of logistically possible? And then third, are there any sort of backups to the financial number, sort of the top line number, 2.8 million? Did the group sort of go through, here's what each part might cost that leads up to that 2.8 million being expended? And then of course I see that there's in the AIM, there's the possible for another 5 million remaining in the fund that could be used as well. So would love to hear thoughts from both sides on that.
Chair gets to
Mr.
pick, I
Weddleton?
guess. Yeah, I'm glad to be able to flesh those out a bit. Why 200? 200 essentially was the census we had. Just taking the best numbers that we had on different categories, people convalescing, elders and special categories, women, and so on, and comes down to single adults, which could be women as well in groups, came down to needing 200. On the surge, it would be planning so a structure could legally accommodate an additional number, and 130 was what we've calculated as a typical surge. I mean, it's a lot of range of error on these things. But we did talk about it system-wide. For example, if there were elders or people convalescing and so on that were part of that surge, you would prefer them to go to building structures and organizations that are more what they would be suited for to those buildings. And we did put, I think we show a surge in the actual AO, but on the AIM, I added the surge as a bottom line to kind of suggest that it would not necessarily be in one location. But every location we will be thinking, can it handle more if needed? I would expect that after COVID, the need will go down. I mean, we're kind of at a peak because of COVID reasons. And we see movement in the traditional shelters increase in their occupancy. So, but our numbers reflect what we expect from the last 2 years of experience. Surge and, at any rate, did that catch your key points there? And then I think another thing on the money. We have, I think in a day or two, there will be a request for proposals going out asking people, what can you build here? We need capacity for 200 with a legal occupancy of up to 130, with navigation, significant services, room for significant services for single adults. And that'll come back, I think, mid-January, we expect a result. And then we'll have more costs. And then we'll be able to go, okay, and if it is just absolutely ridiculous and won't work, we're not going to do it. So, we're moving towards that Some to have more, I think there's a suggestion of having money just for the design. We want to move everything forward together. And that's what this basically does. And we need to do it in a hurry. We have a time crunch. So that would say we've got money committed to this when we get the design. Should it work, because it'll come back to us several times, we can get in there and do groundwork. We can move the cars if that's necessary. So, that's getting us started in a hurry, and then we'll come back with more. So it's a lot of this is fairly finely crafted and balanced at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I guess, Madam Chair, I'd like to see if anyone from the administration side would like to add anything else.
Mr. Baker?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Rivera, as Assemblymember Weddleton very articulated very well, this was a very carefully crafted document, the S version, not the amendments, but the S version. As was pointed out, this is part of a four-pillar plan. Each pillar was considered carefully: medically fragile, workforce housing, navigation center. What are the needs for that navigation center? What need do we need to build this community totally, not standalone? This was a plan that was crafted, as you've heard before. Now we're up to about 850 collective hours of sitting at table talking about this, considering this. As a part of this plan that has come up just recently, pardon me, the private sector, philanthropy, has stepped forward. They have now, just this afternoon, I heard from a member of philanthropy that they think that they have achieved matching dollars for our $6 million investment as a first step. That's never happened in our community. Never has the community pulled together with philanthropy joining government. Frankly, if we amend what the collective work of your side and our side, I don't think that the mayor would be in favor of modifying this agreement, because it's been so carefully crafted, not only with government, but with the private sector. This is a step forward for our community. And so I leave you with that thought. And as Mr. Weddleton has just pointed out, this is not the end, this is the beginning. This document, and I think that perhaps other members of the negotiating team will articulate this as well, there will be other chances. It'll be back again. There'll be other points of check, as we do in the public process. So I would plead with you, I guess this evening, to respect your colleagues that have spent so many, many hours in working with us, working with philanthropy, and bringing something really good for the community. We can debate numbers, but we think this is our best advice, and it's supported not only by us, supported by your colleagues, and it's also supported by philanthropy. It's a big issue for our community moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. And Mr. Rivera, Mr. Constant would like to add.
Thank you, and I just very briefly, Mr. Baker stated a four-plank plan, and he referenced medical convalescence, workforce housing, and navigation center, leaving one, and that's the housing surge. And so this project really addresses comprehensively every aspect that we've been talking about, and I think Mr. Weddleton's point of lifting every part of it all at once is what makes it work. And so it's pretty critical to tie these pieces together pretty tightly.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
I'll get back in the queue. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I guess I'll have a little more to say as we get closer to voting for this, but my thoughts right now are just a bit of frustration. You know, you guys, I feel like a little bit of a broken record because I've continued to say to my colleagues, and I know that Ms. Salatel is not a part of the group now, but to Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Constant, that there has not been good communication with the Assembly. And Mr. Dunbar is right. We received this I think on Friday, describing what the municipality's plan is on homelessness when, we're elected to represent our constituents on that very topic. So it's been very frustrating for me, and I know for other members, to have pretty poor communication coming to us and not very timely. And so I do really value the work you all are doing. I know it's not easy. I know it's time consuming. But I guess I would just say once again that, to Mr. Dunbar's concerns, he's representing his community, and so to spend hours and hours working on a plan and then coming to us and say, all the while, knowing that the 2 or 3 people working on that do not represent the full assembly, to then come to us and say, oh, but you have to rubber stamp this plan, I guess I feel both. I want to move forward, and I will support this plan, but I also feel that that's an inappropriate posture to put the rest of us in, and I don't know how to make that better, but I think it starts with better communication from those who are in the facilitated group. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, quite a few things. I want to echo some of the comments that that Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Quinn-Davidson shared, that it does very much feel like that we are being put in a corner to make a decision very quickly. It's exciting to hear that there's investments, and it's exciting that that there's progress, and I'm, as others, very thankful for the time that has been put in. But it's very challenging to, for instance, have one of the properties be in my district and not necessarily have a great deal of information of exactly how that's going to look, and what that's going to, what kind of impact that's going to have on the surrounding community and so on. Knowing that the services that are at the Barrett, I believe it is, are similar to what was conceived at America Suites. Is that what it was called? So let me just say a few things. I think that I want to respect the process. I think, as was stated before, this is a careful balance, and so it's unlikely that I'm going to be supporting amendments to, for instance, change the capacity and limit those for a couple of reasons. One is that that's what was agreed upon in the facilitated agreement, but also that there will be opportunity for us to get more information in the future and to have moments where we can decide, so that this is an initial step where design is going to happen, and that needs to come back to us, needs to come back to the public for us to make decisions based on what they learned. So by allocating these funds, for instance, for the $2.8 million, we are not committing to build. We are committing to go to begin a design process and to learn more about what that's going to look like. I guess I also want to say that I'm excited about the fact that we understand that there's going to be a $2 million commitment, and there's a time frame around that is very short, and also that the work has been done to leverage that degree of philanthropic money. So, as I feel similar to others in that I'm frustrated by the short timeline, but I want to respect the process. I want to respect the work that has been done within this facilitated group, and I'm looking forward to moving forward with this and seeing the plan go into place. So I'll have more to share once the amendments come forward, but I wanted to start with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 minor amendments to make, and they're going to be made on the floor. On the S version of the ordinance, page 2B, I should say workforce/permanent supportive housing, so we need to add the word supportive. That's my first minor amendment.
What line is that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is line 17. On the
Second.
S version, yes, it currently reads purchase of workforce/permanent housing facility. It should say permanent supportive housing.
Second.
So Ms. Zalatel has moved to amend on page 2, line 17, to add the word supported in front of housing after permanent on the above line, and it has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Very briefly, it's just more accurate description of the type of housing that will occur there. We have a commitment to possibly have Home for Good use this as one of their sites for their permanent supportive housing project, so I do want that to reflect. Thanks.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Dunbar, Ms. Allard, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Constant, any of you? I know you were in for the main motion. Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend line 17 on page 2.
Miss Kennedy?
Yes.
Miss Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. My second amendment is on the AIM, the first page of the fact sheet with the yellow, where it says number 2, permanent supportive housing for up to 120 clients. That is a right. It should be 150.
Second.
And that's because that building has 93 units that could be occupied, so assuming potential double ups in some instances for workforce if there are roommates, we wouldn't want to prematurely limit the capacity, but recognizing that we discussed 150. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. That amendment is on the AM. And would you repeat the line again? Oh, it's on the handout, right. The attachment to the AIM. It is in the title for bullet number 2. And that was seconded by Mr. Constant?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Weddleton?
Just if we might add to that, also, it would make sense to correct it on the table on page 2, which also says 120.
This isn't in there. This is the wrong one. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I actually had it corrected in ink, but didn't add it to my amendment. So yes, to make the table correspond as well, under number of proposed beds, under the number 2 in the blue table. Thank you.
Mr. Constant, do you concur?
Absolutely.
The second agrees. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I see a number of folks in the queue, but okay. I know you were in for the main motion. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Miss Kennedy?
Yes.
Miss Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Did you have any other amendments, Ms. Zalatel? Thank you. I'll go back through the queue. I'll go to Ms. Allard next, since you have not spoken yet.
Excuse me, get this over here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually want to say thank you to the Assembly members who work so diligently and hard with the administration. I also wanted to thank the administration for working so hard and diligently with the Assembly. the Rasmussen Foundation stepped up, and I appreciate that as well. It was a long, drawn-out process, and in no way do I feel blindsided because I know the amount of hours that went into it. And although, honestly, there are a few things in here that I don't agree with, I believe that we have a process that we can now move forward with, and that as we go through, which we've done in the past many times, as we change things. And I feel very confident this is the direction that we do need to go right now. And I absolutely support it. I mean, we have to do something with our homeless community. So thank you, Mayor Bronson, and to the people that were on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll start with, I have heard about the investment from the nonprofit sector, from the donors, and that is wonderful. My understanding is that relates to purchase of either the Sockeye or the Barrett Hotel, or both. I don't believe that a nonprofit has offered to build the mega shelter at Tudor and Elmore. I don't think that is something that is being contemplated, and I don't think that portion is time sensitive. I sort of disagree with what Mr. Perez-Rodilla said in one regard. If we put this much money towards this project, I do think there is path dependence, and I do think we are bound to a certain degree. We can say that we're going to reject this down the line, but we're going to get going down this path, and this again is by far the largest expenditure on here. So I have a question for the Mr. Baker or anyone from the administration regarding the $2.8 million at Tudor and Elmore. So I understand that, my understanding is that 800,000 of that about is for design. And so I guess my questions are, $2.8 million for design seems like an awful lot. So if $2.8 million, first of all, is $2.8 million just for design? And then if it's for design and manufacture, what are you manufacturing? Because we know that moving the evidence lot is much more than what you have here. So, you know, it kind of seems to me this appropriation should be either significantly smaller or much larger. If it was $800,000 for design, I got it. If it was $7 million to move the evidence lot, start the utilities, and purchase the tent, I understand. But I don't understand what you contemplate getting with $2.8 million if that's not enough to move the evidence lot.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, no. $800,000, $2.8 million is not just for design. We estimated what costs might be. This is an investment in one of the 4 planks on the plan. This is the first step. This isn't the total cost. That will come back at another time, just as other funds will be needed, and we have not heard that the private sector is not also going to invest in this. So just to correct the record, today the private sector told me that their fundraising, their commitments could be as high as $6 million. And as we go forward, it could even be much greater than that. They might invest in this, just as they have said that they would like to invest in other. We don't know that. This is just the first step and part of the 4-legged stool.
Can I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair? So again, I understand, let's say it's 800,000 for design, or maybe it's $1 million.
We don't know that.
Okay, but it's not $2.8 million. So what does 2.8, so I get the design, but it also says design manufacture. So what does design manufacture mean? What would you be getting for $2.8 million?
We don't know what, for the second time, we don't know that the design is $800,000. We don't know what that's going to be.
But it's some number less than 2.8 million.
But it's some less than 2.8 million. 2.8 million is the starting point for the navigation center. It's an investment because all these planks of the plan have to go forward at the same time. They can't stand alone. They're not independent. This is the investment for the plan to go, and a commitment of a significant amount of funds to get the navigation center underway.
So I guess let me be even more specific. What are you manufacturing? Because it says design or design manufacture. What are you manufacturing?
It could be used for initial manufacturing. Once we go to the RFP process, which will be underway, We'll know better. Is it going to be design build? We don't know that right now, because it'll be a matter of how we present it, or how we roll it out to the public and get to the lowest possible cost to the benefit of the taxpayers. So I can't give you a great deal of specificity. We picked a number to demonstrate there was a commitment to all four legs of the plan, and with the investment of the private sector.
Okay, let me digest that. I know there's two other people in the queue, but again, that to me, the design I understand, but if you can't say what we are manufacturing, then I don't support dedicating money to manufacturing if we don't know what we're going to manufacture. And if the answer is a tent, but we don't have a place to put the tent, then I'm not in support of that either. Because we know it costs way more than $4 million to actually put the tent somewhere. So it just strikes me we're going to end up with a tent that without a place to put it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to follow up on some comments that Mr. Presvedia made. And I just want to sort of just double check some of the assumptions that I heard in that comment. And particularly, this is related around governance. So right now we have the facilitated group that is sort of helping move things forward. But in both the resolution that we have before us, the ordinance that we have before us, and the AIM, it looks like there possibly could be a change in governance. So the original ordinance had talked about some type of funders, collaborative. Now it's going to the Alaska Community Foundation in the S version. And then the AIM talks about some type of special projects fund governed by a governance group. So I'm just curious, can you help untangle all of that? And this can go to either a party of the facilitation. And then two, what are going to be the steps forward both for the Assembly and the public as we continue on this plan?
And Ms. Zelatel, I understand you would like to answer at least the first part.
Yes, thank you for the question. So the Special Projects Fund would exist at the Alaska Community Foundation. And we were awaiting approval and the okay from legal that would be okay. So that's why it is now in the S version. It wasn't the original version. A Special Projects Fund allows a group that we've suggested here to govern to do ministerial actions, because government funds move via appropriation items. So it would just be carrying out the intent of this body, the will of the body as put forward. But when those projects came ripe, the Alaska Community Foundation needs folks who can be in charge to say, yes, now's the time to cut the check for that one, or cut the check for that one. However, those items beyond facility procurement, so existing buildings, still are required to go through the procurement process by the municipality. So an RFP will go out, and then there will have to be a decision in whether or not to award a contract, and then on and on as we go through the project. The Tudor Elmore site in particular, those steps remind me a lot of like the petroleum cement terminal. It seems like a very analogous situation where there was a design contract, the design went forward, it came back, and then there were additional requests for appropriation. So that is the intent of how this will move forward stepwise.
Can I do a quick follow-up? So then I just to make sure I'm 100% following. So then this language here in the AAM, page 2, bottom of it, where it talks about the Special Projects Fund, that is all correct, and that is how things will be moving forward?
Yes, that is the design for it, which is the 3-person governance board to do the ministerial acts, which we've volunteered the mayor as designee and the committee chair for that Committee on Housing and Homelessness and a representative for Rasmussen.
Great. Glad to be volunteered. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. That's voluntold, Mr. Rivera. So, and we need you. I want to speak to the concerns raised by Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Preservadia about communications. And yes, here we are again. This challenge continues to arise where we find the train moving. We have these conversations going. We're sending out notes about how the facilitation is working, what the kind of daily reports or weekly reports are that come out of that for the process. But it's clearly appearing that it's not being contextualized in a meaningful way that it communicates. And so what I'm going to ask the chair to do is add the rules committee, add a section where we can strategically talk about what the body needs and how we can provide it in this conversation so that the updates are meaningful and timely, and so that we all agree on that part of the process. So I would ask the chair that we just add that to the agenda there so that we can create more structure around how the body is updated. Because I hear the feedback, and now I've heard it a couple of times, and if you hear it more than once, it's probably true in that way. So I hear you, and let's deal with it through the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And just a side note that an update from the Facilitated Legislative Collaborative Coordinated Drafting Group is on the agenda for the Rules Committee, and it was before last month as well, but I think your suggestion about having a structured discussion makes sense, so thank you.
If I might, a structured discussion about the communication methodologies, right, how we get the information.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
I don't think I have anything to add at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Back to you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move an amendment. So we're going to try this one first, and if it passes, great. If not, we will have others. Unfortunately, these aren't numbered, and again, this has to do with we've been furiously working with the team for the last day and a half to try to craft these, and some of them don't really line up with the S version, but this is the one to the laid on the table AIM, which is unchanged, and it's the one you can see that has two parts to it, Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. Those were actually, it was all supposed to be one amendment. And again, miscommunication between me and legal, but it's one amendment. And what it does is it goes to point 3 on what I believe is page 2 of the AIM, perhaps page 1, that states funding for design or design manufacture of the single adult navigation center. And it changes that to read, funding for the design of an adult navigation center with shelter for up to 150 clients, and that deletes with a surge capacity of 130 at Tudor and Elmore, because the ordinance, by the way, doesn't specify, the S version doesn't specify Tudor and Elmore, but the AIM does. This doesn't preclude Tudor and Elmore, but doesn't have path dependency. And then it reduces the amount from $2.8 million to $800,000. And the reason is because my understanding that was the appropriate estimate for the design portion. And the design portion, I think, is a significant commitment. It allows us to know what this is going to cost, but it doesn't have us perhaps manufacture a tent with nowhere to put it. And then it takes the additional money that it's in that $6 million, and it's free at that point. And so going up, it adds the words at least $2 million before purchase of the sockeye, and at least $1.2 million for purchase of the Barrett Hotel. So if there's more money needed there, then so be it. Yeah, ignore the 120 is now a 150, we know in point 2. I'm not trying to amend that back. If I could get a second.
Second for purposes of a discussion.
Second.
Okay, so the amendment is on the floor. It has been moved by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'll go through the queue, and Mr. Rivera, did you want to speak to the amendment? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think for a lot of the reasons that have been stated by my colleagues in the administration, I don't think I can support Amendment 2 to this. And it sounds like, Mr. Dunbar, that you're hoping to move this entire amendment together?
Yes.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to bifurcate this and take up number 1 and number 2 separately.
Is there a second?
I would say, Mr. Rivera, they sort of go together. If Amendment 2 fails, then Amendment 1 is meaningless, if you know what I mean. Because all the money would be it. So,
okay. Sure. Then I will go ahead and withdraw that. And I guess if that's the case, then I will go ahead and just be voting no. I appreciate you bringing this forward and all the various other amendments, but I think at this point I am going to, echoing some of the frustrations I've heard from my colleagues, go ahead and support the work and plans put forward by my colleagues in the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you. Just repeating what I said before, in a negotiating process like this, it's a very careful balance. And having been involved in these myself, I know that there's compromise that has to happen. And the agreement that has been set is something that I believe moves us forward. Now, that's not without risk, and I think that Mr. Dunbar is speaking to some of that risk and some of that pieces that are less clear than we would like them to be. But I think that risk is worth it at this point to move the project forward, and that there will be plenty of opportunities for us to ensure that whatever moves forward is proper, and that we have the opportunity to respond to that. And the community that these facilities are being identified for have the opportunity to speak. So I'll be not supporting this and hoping we can get tonight to the main motion and get it approved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment fails 3-8. We now have the main motion before us. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move, again, it's unnumbered amendment to the S version of the ordinance to add the sentence, "The single adult navigation center with shelter shall not exceed bed down and services for 175 clients." And so speaking to what Mr. Perez-Verdilla said about compromise, I think the first amendment I offered is a much more accurate representation of the feelings of the community in that area, that 150 beds is appropriate, that we should only dedicate $800,000 towards design. This instead does not change the $2.8 million. It says design and manufacture, which I'm sort of surprised by. So the S version changes it from design and design/manufacture to just we're going to design and we're going to manufacture something. We don't know what yet. We're going to manufacture something for $2.8 million. But this language is to limit the design, manufacture, and frankly all the site prep work, things like utilities, for 175 beds. 175 beds is already larger than what our code allows without a variance for a facility. If you go to a plumbed 330-bed facility, it is my belief and the belief of most people in that neighborhood that you will fill up all 330 beds, and you'll call it surge capacity, but if it is built with bed down and services for 330 people, then the surge capacity is irrelevant. It's just a 330-bed mega shelter, the largest in the city and the largest permanent shelter in the history of the city, about 50% larger than Brother Francis at its largest. I think Brother Francis was 245 at the top. Right. So the point is, if you have a very large facility, I think this would give the $2.8 million to the administration, but it would be a sign of good faith to the neighborhood that we are not trying to build a permanent 330-bed facility. Instead, we are building a 175-bed facility, perhaps. And that is what the primary design will be for, and perhaps manufacture of something, although we're not sure what yet. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, I think I need a second, too. I apologize.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and Madam Clerk?
Mr. Dunbar, could I please have a clarification here? I believe when you moved this amendment, you said this was an amendment to the AO. This is also an amendment to the attachment to the AIM. Is that correct?
I have a separate amendment for that, that we could, just a conforming amendment. but they're printed on different pieces of paper and they're different amendments. So I'm only moving the AO one right now, and then we'd have to go back for the one for the AIM.
I'm glad I asked because I don't have that.
I believe that was the one that you produced, Madam Clerk, that was the first one to go into our packet.
Oh, all right, got it. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. So that's different. That's different. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I'll move through the queue. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So this is the one that is for the AO, the S version, and it changes letter C, and it starts off with 2.8 million. Okay. You know, I would hope that we don't support this. You know, we hear tent, we hear mega shelter, it's neither. I think the phrase manufacture is probably unfortunate. We could say construct or build and get the same place, so that might be misleading. But, you know, we have an RFP going out in a few days. It'll come back in mid-January, and it says, build something that suits this need. And it could be a fabric tensile structure. It could be stick build. It could be brick and mortar or whatever. We don't know. And at that point, we'll make a decision. So to call something a tent is incorrect. There's no plan for that. And then a mega shelter, you know, when the original proposal was 1,000, that probably gets you into mega shelter. But the success and the mega in any shelter is based on not just the number of people, but the services there. And if the services are adequate, then 200, 300, 400, those are not mega shelters at all. They're function and they can be well. They're around the country, you can find them. And you've heard me tell you about Pine Street Inn in Boston. You know, it's 650 people. It's got men and women in it. It's been there for decades. It is unnoticeable in the neighborhood as a shelter. It's very successful. It gets people up and on their way. It's amazing, but it has services there, but it also has a system. It's part of a system with even more services. It's very successful. Is that a mega shelter? It is simply not. It's a successful, it's a large, successful shelter that works. We're not anywhere near there, so we know that can work. And as far as you didn't shrink the dollar amount. Okay, so I would say we should not drop this to 175. I think saying 200, build it so it could be part of any surge is a very important part of this package. We're moving everything together. This is one component. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick points. I supported the move to limit capacity to 150, and I think shelters of that size it's important for us to not have larger facilities in this community. And I also supported the effort to decentralize these services. In this case, I think we have to take in good faith that the intention is to build a 200-bed shelter. And with the possibility in an emergency that it can move up, but the intention is to build a 200-bed facility, which I think is within the range of reasonable. Again, I want to say that I'm concerned about this as well. I'm concerned about what this is going to look like. I'm concerned about how it's going to affect the environment and the neighborhood and the people who live there. But there will be other opportunities for us to address that, and once we learn more about exactly what this is going to look like. Again, I want us to honor the work that's been done in this group, and you know, shrinking this by 25 clients, I don't think is significant. I won't be supporting this. I think we should leave it at 200, understand that number is there in good faith, and move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments were going to be somewhat along the lines of what Mr. Perez-Verdilla just said. I think it's important to get the design and then really analyze the design and have the conversation about what works, what doesn't work in the proposed design as that comes back. Again, I think this is very analogous to the petroleum cement terminal when we had what is a fairly complex design coming forward, and we get to take a look at it and we get to see what works in it, what doesn't work in it, what is the cost, so again, I think and the intent is it's 200, but we do know that in the wintertime, that 130 number, whether it's in one location or spread across the system, that reflects folks who come in the winter who aren't otherwise in, and that's actually a slightly low estimate. So it's really a planning number, and I want to see the design. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding here. It's not just dropping it from 200 to 175. It's also removing the 130 in surge capacity. So it is a significant change. And I think if you design a facility for 330, then you've built a shelter for, you're going down the path of a 330 bed facility, not a 200 bed facility. And I think that just creates a lot of distrust. And I think my understanding is that this language, as is written here, shall not exceed bed down in services, will actually limit the permanent beds to 175. And the way that the S version and the AIM are now written, basically you are going to set up the utilities and the permanent facilities for 330. Now, you could put a warming tent, you could do other things, of course, to expand the facility to over 175 or 200. But what we're doing right now, if this passes unamended, is planning for a 330 bed facility, a permanent 330 bed facility. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I don't agree with the amendment, but I understand the concern. And what keeps coming to mind is the RFP. And so I'm hopeful that the good faith effort, because we don't see the draft language of the RFP, that's something that goes out and comes back to us in a finalized form for adoption or not, or approval, is that the language is really clear on the 200 capacity and the surge so that these concerns can be addressed in a way that's meaningful to the facilitation group, meaningful to the administration, and provides some confidence to members who have concerns so that when this does come back to us for final approval of a contract, we can see the solicitation and how it was clearly stated that this is a 200-bed facility with 130-bed capacity. So I think if we can get there, I think we can probably cross this bridge.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if Mr. Dunbar would allow, Mr. Dunbar, I understand where you're coming from. But my question to you would be, what would you have done with the remaining, what would you have done if we're in a surge? What are we going to do with those individuals? Where are we going to put them if there's a resurgence of COVID or worse or whatever, or the winter and the weather? What are we going to do with that? And I'd also like to add, if you feel free or okay with answering, I'd also like to add that is going to be part of Eagle River's Senate District, and it's just a little bit down the road. And I say that because I'm supportive of it, because I think it's super important that we take care of these individuals. But if you're comfortable with responding to what maybe you have a recommendation of what we would do in case of a surge with the extra individuals.
I can respond to that. If it is COVID related, then we will have to set up another mass care facility somewhere. That's what happens if we have a massive surge related to COVID. If it isn't, then I think we use our traditional cold weather surge capacity, which we've used in years past, again, assuming COVID isn't an issue, which involves churches, which involves the other private facilities, and actually could still involve this place. There are ways to set up temporary facilities, but what this is contemplating, because it's part of the design, is a permanent 330-bed facility.
Madam Chair, can I just quickly respond?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
But the answer is basically, if we can because of COVID, it's to spread it amongst different facilities. Don't just concentrate at one place.
Right. Thank you for that response, and I appreciate it. But I would never build a 2-bedroom house because you're not going to get your value out of it. It's smarter to build a 3-bedroom house. And I understand what you're saying about I think you said 150. My original was 200 on other facilities, and we're spreading it out. And Mr. Dunbar, this is a really good compromise, and I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And I just want to note before I go to Mr. Baker that we are approaching our 1 minute or 1 hour limit on debate. Mr. Baker?
Madam Chairman, just to further Mr. Constant's comments, for the members of the facilitation group, you will recall that all of our discussion has been about a 200-person navigation center. It was, the compromise for the 130 surge capacity, as you will recall, was as a result when Mr. Bob Dole came and addressed us and alerted us that we needed to make sure that we had enough facilities for that surge. All of the discussions have been about the 200-person capacity with the 130, as Ms. Zalatel pointed out, primarily the needs that are going to be in this community in the wintertime. But there has never been a discussion in the navigation facility about this being a 330 facility. That has never been factually. Admiral Barrett and every member of the committee knows that the entire discussion has evolved around 200, but Mr. Dole recommended to us, and I think it was best use of municipal resources to make sure that we had the proper facilities when the surge arrived, if in fact it ever did.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Could I get a motion to extend debate?
Move to extend debate by 10 minutes.
Second.
The motion to extend debate by 10 minutes has been seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, debate is extended for 10 minutes until about 11:36. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment fails 3-8. We now have the main motion before us. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one final amendment. I move an amendment to the AIM. It was the other S version amendment distributed. And so I have to describe it because they're not numbered. It's the one that deletes the words with a 130 surge capacity at Tudor and Elmore. And I'll say I will actually move this amendment in a slightly different form. I will leave it at 200 beds, and I will leave it at $2.8 million. So the only effect of this amendment would be to delete the words with a 130 surge capacity at Tudor and Elmore.
Second.
The amendment has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, thank you. So this leaves it at 200, as Mr. Baker described. It leaves it at $2.8 million. It leaves the ordinance, the S version, unchanged. But the S version, of course, of the ordinance doesn't specify, doesn't have any mention of surge capacity. That only exists in the AIM. And again, surge capacity is interesting. We have surge capacity right now down at the Sullivan Arena using these temporary warming tents. And there's nothing in this amendment that would provide those kind of extra temporary facilities at this location or any location. But what this AIM says is we're going to build, as Ms. Allard described, a 3-room house instead of a 2-room house. We're going to build something that has capacity for 330 beds. And again, I think this is the bare minimum you could offer this community that is worried about Maybe Mr. Wells doesn't want to call it a mega shelter, fine. It's, by Anchorage's standard, it's a very large permanent shelter. It'd be the largest shelter we've ever built. So I urge support for this amendment, just deleting the words with a 130 surge capacity at Tudor and Elmore. And I'll say finally, with $2.8 million, given that not all of it would go to design, you know, it might be that we want to look at other locations too with that money, or build a tent, manufacture a tent that could go into some other places. So I think it makes sense to delete Tudor, the words Tudor and Elmore from the AIM, especially given that it doesn't exist in the actual ordinance. And there are other locations that we've talked about on Bragaw and in other places. So.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Dunbar.
Madam Chair.
Okay, with about 6 minutes left in debate, I'll go through the queue. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Quick question. Earlier, there was a statement by some members of the facilitation team that the 130-bed surge was not a location specific, but it was part of the network. Is that correct? That the surge is intended to be what the network that we're creating is able to absorb?
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the 130 surge is an estimate of those folks who come in the winter. The intent is that individuals should still be served in the most appropriate facility. However, the largest number of individuals who do come in during the winter are single adults. So what we did is we took what was, I believe the first number we received was 180, and we took the population breakdown from there, and we came with 130 that was likely single adults. It doesn't mean that those single adults might not qualify to go somewhere else as well, but in this kind of initial planning phase, we wanted to ensure at least there would be room in an appropriate facility to handle the surge capacity. And I will say that the surge capacity contemplated here is a bed and not a chair like in a warming tent.
Right. Thank you. So just a quick statement about this. I have said this several times. I'm concerned about building a facility that's larger than 200 beds. We will have an opportunity to review the design and make decisions at that point. So at this point, I'd like to continue to move in good faith that the intent, and as it's been stated, the intent has always been a 200-bed shelter. That is the intent. I want to move this forward tonight, and I think that we should do that in good faith with the understanding that there'll be an opportunity for us to review this in the future and make decisions at that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy.
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
The amendment fails 3-8. We now have the main motion back before us. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak briefly to the main motion. I think this is an important step forward to actually moving this plan into fruition. The appropriation here tonight, assuming it passes, which I urge your support for, will not only move important pieces that are desperately needed, such as medical convalescence and housing units, one step forward towards coming online, but we're not on a trajectory that's years away. We're on a trajectory that is mere months away, and it's very exciting. It's very exciting to see that we will be at about a little over 300 new spaces as we move forward. What this does as well, it frees up system capacity. A medical convalescence facility may free up additional space in Brother Francis Shelter. We're seeing when one piece moves, the rest moves. We have to think about this as the entire system. And the timing couldn't be more important. There are about 900 individuals in mass care right now. And so to exit mass care, we have to take affirmative steps to have other places for them to go. And the housing surge continues. The housing surge continues in earnest, but the vacancy rate is low. It is hard to get apartments with the vouchers and the level of assistance that is available right now. So we've got to have a plan B, and housing units is one way. Housing solves homelessness. So this puts on housing units, and that's extremely exciting. And they're non-traditional, but I think this is time where we have to really think hard and long about how we address the housing crisis in our community, because that's what's driving this issue. Yes, COVID exacerbated it and brought it into sharp relief, and now we need to move forward. These are some really affirmative steps forward, but I look forward to continuing this work with you because it's just beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank everyone, the administration, for being so flexible. I really appreciate the humility that it takes to back off the original idea and find compromise. And so I just want to say a sincere thanks for that to my colleagues who've been on this facilitated group, and especially to Member Zalatel. So, this whole idea, the facilitated process, wasn't initially well received, I think, by the administration. And we all know Meg is, one thing if nothing else, persistent. And I can imagine her smiling right now when I'm saying that. So we have her persistence to thank. And I also want to thank our philanthropic partners who've been working for years to try to get us to this place. And I think that this plan is, by and large, good. I really do share some of the concerns Mr. Dunbar raised about the large shelter site, but it really feels that the group, listened to experts and came up with this plan that favors the dispersed site model, and I think that's really good. And many of us have been working on this for years, and I see this just as a piece of the puzzle. And I guess to that end, I just really want to thank those folks who've been working on this even before me, but particularly want to thank Jason Baketset, who was the former chief of staff to the Mayor Berkowitz and to me. So Jason was responsible for bringing forward to, a pretty frustrated assembly and sometimes angry public, the radical idea of purchasing and operating multiple buildings throughout the city to house and shelter our most vulnerable. And today we're seeing that concept come to light because of all of you and your collaboration. So just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. We started out this collaborative process with Member Zalatel, Counsel, and myself, along with Larry Baker, Dr. John Morris, and Craig Campbell, and it was a really good team, and we got to a policy statement that we've all agreed to move forward in a direction. And the team has changed somewhat, and we've got, I just want to acknowledge that we've got Dave D'Amato on the team now, along with Joe Gerace, and that is a real timely change. As we got our policy, now we have people who are on the ground, know how to make these things happen, which we're a very different stage now. Ms. Zalatel's kind of moved to her role as interim director of Coalition at Homelessness, remains with us, but we've also got Michelle Brown and Bob Dole in these meetings, and they are also people who make things happen. So we've got a different team, very well suited for the next few steps. And also just briefly, I went to talk to Salvation Army today. We're not doing this in a vacuum. We are focusing on getting out of the Sullivan arena, or mass care as that's defined. But there's other things going on at the traditional shelters. Salvation Army is really looking to move some things forward and get some things that they used to do back on track. There's just a lot going on in the community to help people. So we're just part of that, and it's we're going to be very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just want to express my thanks as well. I think I expressed my frustrations enough, several months ago. So now it's time to really say, wow, this is really great to see this all come together. So I'm very appreciative of the administration, of the assembly members who worked on this, and definitely the community partners. And it's just really nice to see some real structure begin to build with this. I think we've had the concepts and certainly had a lot of wishes and hopes and desires, but I think now to be able to see a real framework start to put together some of the actual parts and pieces to putting this together is really exciting. So I'm happy to support it. I think there will be some other things that have to be done to just continue this, but I'm just
really glad to see so much come together that we can see some real progress. So my thanks to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still actually grappling with whether or not I'm going to support this. And it's a shame because I think with some very small protections for the neighborhood, this could have gone forward with much more unanimity. But I'll say, because these items came to us so late, the S-Urgent came to us today, the AIM came to us just a few days ago, I don't believe the people that I've spoke to all throughout the summer and this winter that were in those neighborhoods know that we are committing now to perhaps building a 330-bed facility at Tudor and Elmore. Now, what Mr. Perez-Rodilla said was, well, there's good faith, and we have a bunch of items coming before us. They're coming to us, and we can debate them and pass them or not pass them. But that's not what we saw tonight. Tonight, it was sort of a fait accompli. The items came to us, and I appreciate, again, the work that's being done by the facilitated process is tremendous. But it came to us as, here is what you will vote on, and you cannot amend it. And I don't see any change for the component parts as they come to us. I'm very suspect that we will, again, get the opportunity to amend these things because there is path dependence, and we've seen this example of this kind of fait accompli for this body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say welcome to the minority.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members, Mr. Constant?
I just want to say thank you to everybody.
I would like to say thank you, too.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just also wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this process, both on the Assembly and the administration. 850 collective hours is a lot of time, and I appreciate the work very, very much and the compromise, and thank you all for what you have brought forward.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote in favor of this, and I think I owe the constituents in East Anchorage an explanation. There are many steps to come. It is my belief that this project, if it goes forward as a 330-bed project at Tudor and Elmore with a $4 million price tag just to move the evidence lot, will end up in the tens of millions of dollars. And I hope when that final price tag comes, my colleagues reconsider and try to find some more affordable, smaller scale distributed options. But 2/3 of this proposal are very good and sort of ironic, I think, as Ms. Quinn-Davidson noted. There's a hotel in Spenard, as there was under the Berkowitz administration. There's a hotel in Midtown, as there was under the Berkowitz administration. And in some ways, this is sort of the Berkowitz-Bronson plan. Maybe that shows a greater amount of unanimity now, or unity in our community. Maybe we're moving in the right direction in that way. So I will vote for this, but as the huge price tag comes for the very large shelter at Tudor and Elmore, I hope my colleagues reconsider. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-116. S.
As amended. It was amended. Yes, it was.
As amended.
Meg's amended. Okay. Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. Ms. Allard, or I believe there's a motion.
I'd like to move to reconsider 11C. Second from you.
Second.
A motion to reconsider item 11C has been made by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
I'll let Ms. Allard speak to it.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were doing tons of amendments, and I just wasn't clearly paying attention, and I would ask if the assembly members would please vote to approve this reconsideration so that I could vote properly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider item 11C. A yes vote will bring this back before the assembly.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to reconsider passes 11-0.
We have a motion to approve on the floor. John moved it and Christopher seconded it.
We have a motion to approve item 11C on the floor, which is AM 767-2021.
I think that was amended.
Yes, it was.
As amended.
It was moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 11C.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The motion passes 9-2.
All right, now we're at 14B. Okay. Correct.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for immediate reconsideration of 14E, the item appropriating the dollars for the mass care exit plan.
Second.
And I urge a no vote.
A motion to reconsider item 14E has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Weddleton, with a no vote urged. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider 14E AO 2021-116S as amended.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Oh, sorry. Did I do that right?
The motion to reconsider fails 0-11.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, let me check to make sure there isn't. You want to check to see if there's an meeting here next Tuesday? Okay.
It's pretty clear we're not going to make it through our entire agenda tonight, and so we are just conferring on moving the remaining items. The Vice Chair is prepared to make a motion, moving the remaining items on the agenda to a special meeting. And one of the reasons, as you all recall, why we don't want to necessarily continue the meeting is because until we adjourn, the items we've taken action on are stuck and don't move forward.
You do not show anything I don't show anything on the boards and commissions calendar for next Tuesday, the 14th. Right? That's what we're talking about.
Okay. Al is here, or Dave Parrish is here. Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I would move to continue the remaining items to the agenda to a special meeting on Tuesday, December 14th at 6 p.m. except for item 15A. And he's been here all night.
Second.
The purpose of this motion is to continue all the remaining items to the next agenda of a special meeting on the 14th at 6 p.m. and to take up the liquor license that's in item 15A before we conclude tonight.
Seeing no members in the queue, seeking unanimous approval on the motion to continue the unfinished items on this agenda to a special meeting on Tuesday, December 14 at 6 p.m. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing no opposition, we will take, after we take up item 15A, all the remaining items, we will take up next Tuesday, December 14 at 6 p.m. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-387, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 6001 and restaurant designation permit for Yakitori LLC DBA Yakishobu Sushi
Wait,
House.
read it.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Who moved that? Moved by Mr. Peterson and seconded by 3 or 4. Mr. Rivera? Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-387.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 15A passes 11-0. We have 7 minutes until we automatically adjourn, so we can go ahead and hear from 2 people, and then that'll bring us to the end. If there's any time remaining, we'll do a quick assembly comment. So please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Francesca Allegrezza, and about the rescinding of the mask ordinance earlier today, it said midnight on December 7th, which was this morning, because of 12 a.m. So you can take it off now, because it was all day. Thanks.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Joan Henry, and I'm in District 6. I've lived in Alaska for, I don't know, 50 some odd years. But this is my first assembly meeting. I'm sorry I haven't been here and participated more. But anyways, I'm here tonight. First of all, assembly members, did you know that the citizens of Anchorage, Alaska cannot enter the Performing Arts Center unless they prove that you have a vaccination card or proof that you have a negative PCR test? To me, this is a hidden form of vaccination passport. If we have to provide vaccination status, there's something wrong in our city and the state of Alaska. Maybe you don't know that in August of 2021, the nonprofit organizations that are running the Performing Arts Center, which is the Anchorage Concert Association, the Anchorage Symphony Orchestra, and the Anchorage Opera, are the caretakers of the Performing Arts Center, and they've made health decisions that end our access to the public buildings, this public building, and they don't consider natural immunity. Of course, you'd still have to have a blood test to prove that too. But the PCR test adds a cost to going to the Performing Arts Center, which is really our public building that we, the people of Anchorage and Alaska, own. One other thing is that to go to the library, to go to the Egan Center, come to the assembly, or to any other municipal gatherings, I don't have to have a negative PCR test, nor do I have to show my vaccination card. But I can go to the movies without wearing a mask, I can go shopping, I can go dining, but I can't enter the Performing Arts Center, a building that we own, and this doesn't make logical sense. On March 15th, 2020, Anthony Fauci said, "I'm not taking the test for a simple reason. I have no symptoms. I'm practicing pretty good social distancing, and not everybody in the United States should take a test. I mean, I have no symptoms. There's no reason for me to take a test." So I'm saddened that I can't go to the Performing Arts Center to see anything because I will not conform to their request that I show a vaccination card or that I have a negative PCR test. And I hope that you can do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. We have time for one more.
Pardon?
Thank you for your participation. Thank you. We have time for one more. Welcome. Please state
Thank
your
you.
name for the record and area of municipality in which you
Russ
live.
Reno for downtown Anchorage is where I live and have my business downtown. We're seeing a very big problem with being able to park downtown Anchorage. It seems to us, appears to be to several people of this community, and I in no way am speaking for the people of downtown. I'm representing only myself. But it seems that all the parking spots are being just divvied up any way they want to be. And we've got all these empty lots that are ran by Easy Park, that are ran by different for permitting. You have all in front of the Sheraton Hotel is all permit parking where nobody ever parks. All these empty spots, and you could be giving those away to us residents and business owners at a reduced amount. You could actually bring in some more revenue into the city if you did that. But you leave these empty lots out there, and you make us get out of our parking spots, that we may have designated parking spots that we're not allowed to park in at night, and we can't park on the streets because there's no place to park on the streets. Come home at 5 o'clock at night after dinner, and there's absolutely zero parking downtown because all the free parking is used up because you're still charging in the garages, you're still charging in the lots that are empty, no one's in there. And I don't see why we can't come up with an equitable way that'll make more money for the city by having some parking that is at a reduced rate for residents, for business owners, just like it is reduced rate for this municipality and any municipal employee, they get reduced parking downtown. I don't care if the city's subsidizing it or Easy Park's subsidizing it. It's all the money of the people. And the only way I can get any kind of discounted parking for myself or my staff is to show an economic need. Now, why is that? No one else on this dais here has to do that, but I'm required to do that. You got Visit Anchorage, who gets all the taxes from the bed tax. 100%, they get that money like crazy. You got Downtown Partnership, who gets money from our taxes, just that we are specially taxed for downtown residents. All these taxes are going out, and we have to have the brunt of it with no place to park. When you're doing the street clean, it's great. I'm not complaining about how it's going about, but you give us no options, and meanwhile you have these empty lots with no cars in them that could be used at a reduced rate that would make more money for this assembly, for this wonderful city. So I would like you to consider some of that stuff. I know that some of you are on some of the committees to make these decisions, but it's ridiculous walking around town. They're taking up all the parking all downtown, and it's just empty. Look for yourself, make your own decisions on that. But everybody else in your district, from people that aren't downtown, you have parking next to your business. You have parking next to your home. You don't have to go try to find a place to park at 5 o'clock at night and then walk there and then hope you don't have to get up by midnight and move your car to a different location where it's plowed so it doesn't get towed away in the middle of the night. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your participation. It is midnight and we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.